Good morning, everyone. I just want to do a sound check. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Nola. Good morning, Dr. Mieza.
Good morning. Good morning, Member Reddy. Am I audible? I noticed that you're also doing a soundtrack.
Yes, you are very audible. Thank you.
No, thank you, sir.
I wish everybody did this and we don't start doing sound checks when the meeting starts.
Yeah, maybe it's the uniform that you're wearing that is disciplined.
Yes, it comes with the territory.
Yeah. No, thanks, sir.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members. The delegation from different entities and the department. Nola, can you indicate and check whether we are okay for us to start a meeting?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, we are fine to begin the meeting because we've got members on the platform. We have the Chairperson, we've got Honorable Marais, Honorable Bath, Honorable Litlape, Honorable Kobe, Honorable Ngosi, Honorable Reddy. I'm just trying to think who else have I not called out yet. And Honorable Mahlangu. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nols. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity and officially declare this meeting open and welcome everybody to this meeting and say the delegation that is led by the acting DG, Mr. Lwazi and others, you are welcome. Feel free to participate and give us proper responses according to your reports. And the purpose of today's meeting, we're going to deal with, despite all the items in the agenda, what is more important is the APPs of the four entities, the IDT, Agrément SA, Construction Industry Development Board, and Council for Built Environment. So it's going to be a very long meeting, and because we hope that today's plenary is going to start at 3, bear with us. I hope even our media person has made that arrangement for us not to be stopped or not to be live streamed until we finish. So let me not take much of your time and declare it as and shorten my opening remarks. And I want to call on members to add to the agenda as it is. Can you reflect it on the screen also? Then I request members to raise your hand and adopt. By show of hands, honorable members, can I get an indication? The first, Honorable Marais, then Honorable Ngosi, you'll follow.
Adopt.
Ngosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to your good self, our member of the portfolio committees and the entities that are present and the support staff. I second the adoption, Chair, of the agenda. Thank you.
Honorable members, can I get a hands for a contrary view? I've just opened. Honorable Visraji, are you in a contrary view?
No, Chairperson. I want to third the recommendation from Honorable Marais. Thank you.
In the absence of a contrary view, as you record it, it has been seconded by 2 members. I therefore want to move to the next item, which is apologies. Nola, can you lead that item?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We don't have any apologies from the members of the committee. However, we have apologies from the Minister, the DM and the DG. The Minister and the DG are traveling to Brazil, and the DM is traveling with the Deputy President to Russia and Nigeria. Thank you, Chair.
Nols, next time I want to make it as in the presence of members. When you receive apologies, let it be signed so that it can be valid. It can show that it's from the member who's giving us an apology. I'm raising this because I've noticed and I'm aware that the PLO of the minister is in the meeting as usual. can you convey the message that in his letter, there's no signature? So it just gives me something else. It might not be him, or it will be him, but it must be signed. The apology of the minister, deputy minister, has got a signature. Can we abide to that? Honorable members, there are the apologies. Can I get an indication of the acceptance as usual as we do in our meeting? It's not just we just accept. We've got a principle in our meeting, Honorable Radi. You are not audible, Honorable Raji. I can see you have opened your mic.
Yes, yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Chairperson, now that it's been brought to our attention, we would never have known that the minister and the DG are on their way to Brazil. Nor would we have known that the deputy minister is accompanying the deputy president to Russia. I think, in light of the fact that we need to keep the executive in check, I think we should start to request from these members to give us reasons as to why they're traveling there, the importance of these visits. And I will definitely table a question in Parliament requesting the minister's trips abroad, the cost to the taxpayer, and really whether it's absolutely necessary for him and the DG to be away at a critical time as this while we're dealing with the budget. The same applies to the deputy minister as well. I think the decision for him to go was voluntary because I don't think that he could have been called specifically because it was related to public works. And I think there has to come a time, Chairperson, where these ministers cannot think that they are a law unto themselves. And the only way that we can start to curb their excessive abuse, which I see to be an abuse of overseas travel, is that we need to hold them to account. They need to provide us with motivation even before they leave. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Noted your concern, but I called honorable members. This Honorable Kobe.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you and our colleagues on the platform. Chair, I just wanted to answer Honorable really quickly to say the minister does not answer written questions. So good luck with that. But we've tried to ask him the cost of his travels and the reasons for his travels abroad, but he does not answer. He does not seem to be very forthcoming with that.
Thank you. We have noted that, Honorable Kobe. Honorable members, I call again for the adoption of those apologies to your good self. I've sent the 2 letters that were sent to me to the group for you to read and see what are their reasons. Can I get an indication? Mankosi and Mare.
My hand is raised as well, Chairperson.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to indicate, Chair, that I don't know whether we must approve the apologies because really this thing of the absenteeism, it's not sitting well with us, Chair. And it's quite correct, Chairperson, that the especially the minister, when you look at the oral questions and the written questions that has been written to him, he's far behind us replying to those questions. But he's busy with some trips that we don't know what is it that we are getting with, because we don't even get the reports as Honorable Reddy is saying. I think, to me, it's a problem, Chair. I think the minister must come so that he can explain to us why he's not even answering the questions that is expected to be answered by him. I don't want to say I'm approving the apologies. It's very difficult for me to say that. Actually, I don't accept these apologies. Thank you.
Honorable Mare, you can come in.
Thank you, Chairperson. The answering of verbal or written questions is a separate issue. We received notification by the Deputy Minister as well as the Minister for this meeting, and I accept that. Thank you.
Please.
Yeah, no, Chair. Honorable Mare, I need you to search your conscience. I think there comes a time when we need to separate the politics, and I know that you belong to the DA, where your member is the minister. You don't have to defend something which becomes indefensible. The issue of getting a written response. We've also tabled questions to the minister about these overseas travels. We haven't received any response from him. And it is true that he has a responsibility to provide these answers because it is our responsibility as members of parliament to hold the executive accountable. Now, I recall when the same minister was in the opposition in parliament, he vehemently opposed any travels that were undertaken by ministers at the time. And of course, they were then all ANC ministers, one or two outside of ANC. And today he's doing the very same thing that he complained about while being in the opposition. Now, for me, this is hypocrisy at the highest level. But putting that aside, I think, for one, I'm not going to accept this apology. We're not going to accept it. Both the minister and the deputy minister, because for one, I think we need more than, especially from the minister and deputy minister, we need more than just an apology when they're going abroad on matters that should be related to this portfolio. I mean, tomorrow we'll read in the news that the minister went to Brazil to, I don't know. I really don't know what relevance is there going to be in Brazil for public works. But we'll read about it in the media. Is that the way we should be conducting? Is that how we conduct business in this seventh administration? So, Chairperson, we reject these apologies and we want it recorded as such. I thank you very much.
Honorable Bath.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, just on these items that are currently being discussed, I do agree that it would actually be quite beneficial to the committee if, when you are made aware or when the secretary is made aware of apologies, that we perhaps on our WhatsApp group get a notification of those who are putting forward apologies, so that we are aware before we come into this meeting. And then, so yeah, I'd like to agree on that. The minister and the deputy minister are both not here. They have submitted apologies, and we know that they're both overseas. I think in our last portfolio committee meeting, we were made aware that the deputy minister was not going to, well, had not been, well, he wasn't here because he was overseas already, and it was told to us that he would be away for a while. So I'm inclined to say let's move forward with the meeting. I'm happy from my side to accept the apologies. And then also, Chairperson, I don't want to be accused of being anyone's spokesperson here, but I have had every single one of my written questions answered, and I do also take note of all the written answers that are given to members that are not part of the DA. I have a Google folder which I'm happy to share the link to. I have all the answers there. Happy to share that with everyone, including the answers about overseas travel, particularly one I remember about the Middle East. So I don't know, Chairperson, but I'm happy to share those. And hopefully I won't get accused of being a spokesperson here, but the answers are forthcoming. Thank you, Chair.
Obe, is that a legacy hand or must I give you a chance?
Chair, it's not a legacy hand. I'm tempted to speak on the issue that Honorable Bath has just spoken on, because we as Action SA have not been receiving answers from him, especially as it relates to the costs. And we wonder why, because it seems as though there's some sort of concealment. But if Honorable Bath has those numbers, if he does have the costs of the minister's travel, we'll be happy to have them for the sake of accountability. I think the people need to know if there's a return on investment with the millions that are being spent by jet-setting ministers. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I think I've exhausted time on this item, and there are two suggestions, which is we don't accept or we accept, but I have the responsibility to make a ruling or call for a seconder. Already the first one has been seconded by other members. One, I want to appeal to your good self, as I do in each and every meeting, that let's avoid to respond each other, honorable members, because it even loses direction. If we have noticed already you are into something that we are not there, it's not time for questions nor to respond to each other, because there's no minister or there's no DM in this platform, but we are responding to each other as if you are executives. I want to appeal until this meeting ends. It will be rude for me when you start to speak, then I interject or I stop you. I don't want to fall into that trap. Allow me and assist me to chair properly this meeting, and equally so, and not being accused of taking sides. So, honorable members, there is a seconder of us adopting the apologies as it was raised. And can I get a hand that will second Honorable Radi? Then I'll make a ruling later. That second Honorable Radi for not adopting. Can I get an indication on the platform? In the absence of none, the apologies has been duly adopted. I therefore move to the next item, which is matters arising, and those are very much important to us, tracking the resolutions, but I want it to be kept very short as we need to rush to the APPs. Nola, can you get into that? And Lwazi, as you are leading the delegation, be ready with your members to try and respond. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Resolutions that were taken on the meeting that took place on the 18th of June. The first one was that the meetings must be scheduled for 9 to 2 in the future, starting from today. So that's how the agenda looks like. Following that, the other resolution was that the department must conduct lifestyle audits. That's an ongoing resolution and finalize the blacklisting and registration of non-performing contracts. The third one was that the department must provide an update on the progress of the audit action plan implementation every quarter. So we'll then be scheduling those meetings on the program. And then the last one was that the department must engage the National Treasury to address the payment issues by client departments. That's also been listed as an ongoing one because there was no specific date that was set thereof. Chair, maybe I should note that there were also resolutions that were taken on the 4th, whose reports were submitted to the office of the chair. So we're just waiting on the chairs to give us an approval so that we can forward it to the members. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you, Nola. Honorable members, there are the resolutions that we took in the previous meeting, noting that I still have to go through the report that she's mentioning so that I can give an indication or an approval for those reports to be distributed. Give me a chance for that. Can I get, by show of hands, the engagement of the reports? Can I get an indication whether, honorable members, you want to add or subtract? It's your time. I therefore call for hands. In the absence of none, I don't see any hands in the platform. Honorable members, I move to the next item, which is an introduction. I'll only request members from the entities to introduce themselves and the leader of the department, Mr. Lwazi, to do introduction. And we're expecting even board members of those entities to be part, mostly even especially on the IDT, because they are new board members. Will be requesting or expecting them to be part of this meeting. Lwazi, can you take it through and do your introduction? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. the parliamentary staff, and all the colleagues from the department entities. Good morning. Chair, I'm not sure whether you want to give me all the delegation or just the department, because I do have a list of all the delegations, Chair, if you allow. Chair, from the department, I'm representing the department, Lwazi Mahlangu, as acting DG, and then I'm joined by Mr. Adam Tombeni, as the Deputy Director General for IGR, and then also joined by Mr. Mlate Moremi, who's the Acting Deputy Director General for EPWP, also joined by Ms. Pigole Tupambo, who is a Director in Construction Project Management, specifically overseeing the IDT portfolio, as well as Mr. Liv Wanindo, Acting Deputy Director General for policy point of view, as well as playing oversight over the entities. That's the department's delegation, Chair. I'm not sure, Chair, if should I go to the entities, or you want the entities to speak on their own, Chair? I'll be guided by you. Am I audible, Chair?
DDG, you are audible. Are you done with your introductions?
So, Chair, I can go to the entities as well, or you would like the entities to introduce themselves?
No, I want you to give them direction, and they must open their videos, because most of them, it's our first time to interact with them. They must just open videos and we see them.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. I think we should do that. We'll start with CIDB, Chair. If they can introduce themselves, open the video, and then greet the committee members. CIDB.
Good morning, Honorable Person, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Bongani Dladla, the Chief Executive Officer of the CIDB. In the meeting, we will be joined by our Board Chairperson, Kuli Lenzo, our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Sifiso Ntibande.
Bongani, who is your chairperson? Can we see the face of your chairperson? And as we see you, while you're introducing yourself or you're introducing them, they must just open, this is the chairperson, then we see. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I am actually looking for them in the meeting. The colleagues from the CIDB, can they show themselves, colleagues?
You see, you must think they're in the platform, they're not there.
Yes, Chairperson, that's what I've realized. I'm just going to just follow up with them. Why
yes, someone's showing the face there, Sviso. I'm not sure if that is the person you're looking for. Sviso is showing
yes,
the face.
Yes, Sviso Ntibande, that is our Chief Financial Officer, Chairperson. He has shown his beautiful face. And then...
Sifiso, just wave so that all other members could see you. We can see you have logged in on your phone, but just indicate, open your mic and say good morning, then it will show your face.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the members. My name is Sifiso Ntibande. I'm the CFO of the CITP. As my CEO have indicated, Chair, I will be supporting him in the presentation, Chair.
Thank you.
Chairperson, with your permission, Chairperson, can I ask that maybe we start with other entities, because there seem to have been a confusion with the invite that said 10 o'clock. Hence, the Chairperson is not on the platform, but we will get everyone who's supposed to be in the next 5 minutes, Chairperson, to join, if allowed, Chairperson.
Knowles, on our agenda, which entity is it starting? Maybe we must do, it's the IDT. Can we get an introduction from the IDT? It's fine. You are granted. Bongani.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, the list goes as follows. It's the IDT, Agrément SA, CIDB, and CBE. Thanks, Chair.
Let's get an introduction in that
Sorry,
order.
Chair, may I make a suggestion, please?
Okay.
Chair, I think in the interest of time, maybe we could just go through them, the entity by entity. So if it's going to be CIDB that's doing the first presentation, let's deal with CIDB, finish off with them, and then move on to Agrément SA. With your permission, Chair, I think it'll save us some time, and we could get on with the business of the day. Thank you.
ADT in that order. Seems like is not ready as well. Yes, DDG.
I was going to request Ms. Debo Homalaka, the CEO, to introduce the team. If they're not on the meeting, maybe then we can go to Agrément South Africa, Mr. Richard Somanje, the CEO, to also introduce the chairperson.
I am in the meeting, Chair, and my camera is on. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Sorry. Yes.
We can see you.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, CEOs present, DG, and officials. My name is Debo Homalaka. I'm the CEO of IDT. I am here with the CFO, Mr. Londoloza Songwevu. Londoloza, if you can just switch on your camera, and we will be led by Mr. Chris Molauti, who's our GM, Strategy and Planning. Chair, they can switch on their camera as well. Chair, the chairperson was flying from Durban to Cape Town. She will be landing shortly, and she's gonna join us in the meeting, and she will introduce herself when she joins.
We have never granted that. I believe your invite, it said 9 o'clock, meaning even arrangement of your transport must respect our time. We have never granted that apology. We have passed through the apologies item. Can we see your delegation, please?
CFO.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and to all my colleagues in the portfolio. Thank you, Chair.
Chris. Chris, you are muted.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, all members of the Portfolio Committee and officials from the Department of Public Works and the IDT. My name is Christopher Murauz. Thanks.
I also have the Executive Program Management Services, Ms. Sana Sibitlo. Sana.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, everyone. My name is Sana Sibitlo. I'm the Acting Program Management Services in IDT. Thank you.
We're interested in seeing your face.
I think the video is on. I'm not sure what's happening.
Members can indicate, maybe it's on my side. It has shown that
I've opened the video. Can you see me, Chair, now?
Maybe it's my system. Can I get an indication from someone else?
No, it's not on, Chair.
I don't know what's happening.
It's fine. It's technology. Maybe when you do...
Chair.
It shows that it's on, but we are not visible. It's fine. CEO, can you proceed and do your presentation? Maybe when your chair will be coming without our permission, without being sent in advance, we'll introduce the entire board. In particular, your board. There are new members that members of the portfolio don't know them. We are expecting board members, the entire board, because it does not need us to use any finances. You just log in from where you are. We wanted to see them. Can you proceed with your presentation, please? You must bear in mind you only have 20 minutes starting from now. It's 9:30.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. We are presenting our annual performance plan. We will be led by Mr. Chris Mulauzi, who's responsible for the APP and the CFO. Chris, can you fly the presentation? I'll hand over to you, and then the CFO and Chair will come in after.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Could the host please give us sharing rights? We have been trying to do so for a while.
It's already done.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Chair. I'm hoping to do it to make the presentation within the allocated time. This presentation focuses on two things: on our strategic plan as well as the related document, which is the annual performance plan. So, of the two, the one that is actually a legal requirement for us as a Schedule 2 entity is the annual performance plan, or the APP. So that will be the main focus of the discussion. But the strategic plan is just to give us an anchor of what we intend to do in the next 5 years. So the intention, of course, is to present to you those two plans and what we intend to do in the next 3 to 5 years. I shall start. This is the layout of the presentation, the purpose, the mission, right up to the conclusion. So I shall start by focusing on our mission and vision. When we did our planning session last September, we revised our mission, our vision, our brand promise, as well as the values. But the two main issues that changed were the mission and the vision. So as they are here, we continue. Our mission is to actually become or continue to be a built environment implementing agency that manages the delivery of infrastructure and social development programs. In terms of our vision, we intend to continue to be a competitive and successful, commercial-driven built environment implementing agency. Our brand promise to our clients, to the society at large, is assured infrastructure, or rather assured efficient infrastructure delivery. So the values we have 6 values, including thinking like our clients, zero tolerance for corruption. We would like to remain competitive and collaborative, innovative. We would like to be we are commercially minded and continuous active visibility to our clients and society at large. So as part of driving this strategy, we have 3 pillars. Pillar 1 is to secure the entity's financial sustainability. Pillar 2 is refocus and streamline our client service offering. Pillar 3 is to build organization capability that is fit for purpose. Honorable members of the House will remember that in January and again 3 weeks ago, we came to present our sustainability plan that relates to Pillar 1, which is a lot of work has been going on with respect to securing our financial sustainability, growing revenue streams, adapting processes to align with our client services and compliance requirements, accelerating program expenditure, as well as to deliver projects on time, within budget, and to the right quality. So not to say that Pillar 2 and 3 are not important, they are quite important, but I think Pillar 1 is the one that has been keeping us busy for a while, as we have been interacting with the portfolio committee and the department on this particular one. So that is the one that is the real anchor. So a lot of work is also going on in terms of pillars 2 and 3. So to save you time, I'll move to the next item, which is our our value proposition. Our value proposition is anchored on 3 goals, really. We want to deliver quality social infrastructure on time, within budget, and within agreed scope, and of course, the right quality. So we intend to create job opportunities for women, youth, and people living with disabilities, and other designated groups as well. In terms of the third one, we also want to create opportunities for local and designated suppliers in order to stimulate local industrialization and enterprise development.
Bomraudzi, you are muted.
Yes.
You are not. Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm back. Our work is obviously not done in isolation. It is linked to what the whole of government intends to do. So our outcome areas are related to those of the Department of Public Works, which is the shareholder representative, as well as the whole of government, which is the seventh administration, which is now the GNU. So the GNU, as honorable members know, has 3 priorities, strategic priorities. First is the inclusive growth and job creation. Strategic priority number 2 is reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, as well as pillar 3 or strategic priority number 3, which is a capable, ethical, and developmental state. So that is linked to our work. It focuses on this particular outcome, 4 outcome areas: increase access to social quality, social infrastructure, a transformed built environment, optimize job opportunities through EPWP work opportunities, and as well as a compliant fit-for-purpose entity. So those are the 4 outcome areas of the IDT, as well as we have linked the 6 priorities of the department right at the bottom there. All that also leads up to the 3 new priorities that I mentioned earlier. Of course, in terms of our one to us, we would like to be an impactful organization, which means that our impact statement centers around the integrated and accessible, delivering integrated and accessible infrastructure that contributes to national priorities, which would be those of all the clients we serve. So that is why we set our impact statement at such a broad level, so that we are able to be in line with whatever our clients intend to do. So I shall now move to the next item, which will be our targets. So this is just an outline of what our planning are, but I will just focus on maybe about 3. First is to ensure that we deliver work on hand, the current program for commitment, and to provide scope for growth to enhance both public infrastructure delivery and our financial performance. So we also intend to aggressively target growth of business portfolio, that is supplemented by a commitment to increase delivery capacity. So we need the enabling technology and human resources, ensuring that we have the right personnel in the right positions. So these are some of the pillar. This is, I think, relates to pillar 2 or 3 of our strategy. Our targets are obviously informed by our past performance, our baseline, as well as our desire to be financially sustainable, as stipulated in pillar 1 of our strategy. So this now starts with the 5-year strategic plan. In terms of our strategic plan outcome, that is to increase access to quality social infrastructure. We would like to grow the number of social infrastructure facilities completed, that is handover, at an average rate of 50% over the 5-year period. So the related target for that in the APP, which is more important to realize that goal, we intend to deliver 244 units in the 2025-26 financial year. We would like to complete 60% of our projects on time, as well as 85% of our projects within budget. So that will give us broaden access to quality social infrastructure, as well as meet the MDP priority. That is a 5-year priority. In terms of transformation of the built environment, for the next 5 years, we would like to increase the annual program expenditure on designated groups by 12% each year, from 50% in the first year to 88% by the year 29-30. So in terms of CIDB grading, I would like to improve their grading from the current 25% to about 45% by the end of the 5-year period. So these are the related annual performance plan targets that relate to the 5-year strategy that I've just mentioned there. So we want to. Our intention is to award 40% of contracts to designated groups. Expenditure on designated groups goes to 75% first year, 80%, and then 85% the third year. Contracts awards to CDP, 67% the current year.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Vice. Can you wait, Mr. Mlaudzi?
The presentation is stuck here. I think it's because of the cold weather in Cape Town. So please, I'd just like the presenter to take note that the slides are not moving. So we cannot follow on the screen. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vice, you must follow. You've got a presentation on your gadgets. While they are presenting, yes, you will request them to move it. It must not stuck one place, but members, you need to follow your gadget as well. We need not to waste time with stopping them. Maybe what I can advise to the presenters, all of them who are following, you need to state the page. When you move to the next page, you must just indicate it's page 3, then you proceed. Thank you.
Chair, I respectfully disagree, because people that are watching, there may be few now, but these get shared. They don't have access to the presentation. There may even be media that will be watching as well, and they don't have access to the presentation. So if we feel that there's no need for presentations to be flighted, then maybe we shouldn't just remove the presentations completely. Thank you, Chairperson. And I say this with respect.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just continuing with our target on built environment, on transformation of the built environment. Is it moving? I'm on slide. Is it moving, Chairperson and members of the portfolio committee? Can you see the slide I'm on? Yes.
Not yet. Who's assisting you with the movement?
Well, I'm assisting myself. So I'm surprised it's not.
Knowles, can you assist them?
It'll help for you to stop sharing and then you reshare the presentation, Mr. Mlaudzi. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine.
Remember, I've given you time and I'm going to stick to that time. That's why I'm saying you must continue while you are doing the preparation of wanting to be assisted by Nola. The time is more.
Fun. We are there, Chairperson. Is this clear? Is it visible on your side?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Please continue.
I've just gone through the previous slide. So these are our contracts awards: 2% to people with disabilities, participation in the CDP, to youth, 30% to youth, and 40% to women. Is this clear as well? I've moved to the next slide. In terms of the improved, Chairperson, has it moved? Nola?
It's not moving. It doesn't matter. Just continue, please, Chair.
No, it's not moving.
Rajiv,
they're moving.
Can you allow me to chair, please?
Yes.
Proceed.
Nola, okay, that's fine. In terms of CIDB grading, I've already mentioned this. CIDB grading is 42%, 42 rather, people that we intend to empower this year. Percentage of women, 40%, 30% for women, for youth, as well as 2% for people with disabilities. With respect to job opportunities, Chairperson, we would like to improve the creation of job opportunities through EPWP by at least 5% per annum during the next 5 years. So it's 46,000 job opportunities for 2016, 2025, 26, and 4,583 through the IDT portfolio. So I shall move now to the last item, the last bit, our fourth outcome area, which is a compliant and fit for purpose entity. We would like to grow our portfolio by 28% over the next 5 years. And we would like, obviously, to see 100% compliance with all the requirements, with all the governance prescripts, that is, audit outcomes, as well as all the risk areas. So, in terms of, I've moved to the next stage, which talks about the value of business portfolio confirmed. So, we would like to have a business portfolio of about 4.5 billion rands this year. We would like to generate just under 4 billion rands in new business the current year, that is 25-26, as well as 6.2 billion in program spend. So this aligns with what is in our budget, or is informed by what is in the budget, as the CFO will present. So in terms of management fee collection ratio, it remains at 90%, vacancy rate at 10%. We would also like to have a 100% compliant program, 100% to process all compliant invoices, program and overheads at 100%. And we haven't done well, obviously, in the previous years because of lack of payments on time by client departments. On that note, President, I would like to hand over to the CFO to present the budget aspect of this presentation. Thank you. CFO, I don't know if you want to share.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chris. May I also request sharing rights? I have 3 minutes remaining. Chair, maybe while I wait, I'm on slide 23. If the members can, there we go. Where's my presentation? May I get confirmation that you can see my presentation?
Yes.
All right. Thanks, Chris, once again. Chairperson and to the honorable members, in preparation of our budget for the year, we really took a more conservative approach in terms of revenue generation, because it is linked to our program or project expenditure. And this was motivated, Chairperson, by the fact that we anticipated at the time that some of the structural challenges that we faced in the previous year, would then roll forward into the current year. And Chairperson, I think the events of the first 2 months of the financial year have really supported this conservative approach. The whole national budget approval process, which would have then delayed some of our project implementation. That has a direct impact on our project expenditure, Chairperson, as well as, therefore, our revenue generation. That being said, we still budgeted or targeted an additional 800 million or so in terms of what we anticipate to spend on projects in the current year versus what we actually spent in the previous year. We therefore anticipate that this will add an additional 80 million to 100 million in our revenues, Chairperson, for the current year, which we anticipate that it will then assist us in turning around our financial situation. The next page, Chairperson, which is slide 24. We've also looked at our operational expenses. We've really cut them to the bone. We anticipate that we will, as much as we'd love to add to our staff complement in terms of project management, Chairperson, but overall as an organization, we've really decided that perhaps the austerity measure as we move forward will then assist the organization to turn the situation around. So we need to do more with the little that we have, Chairperson. But there are some expenditure line items that are at times outside of our control. For example, project or litigation fees. We do, continue to operate in a litigious environment, Chairperson, and at times it becomes difficult to budget or to minimize the budgeted expenditure around litigation fees, for example, because some of these items are outside of our controls. We can't really control how some of our service providers, decide to litigate against IDT for whatever reason they may be there. Chair, if I then move to the next line item, which really is the major contributor from an expenditure point of view. Chair, I think even in the board induction that we had a couple of weeks ago, one of the issues that was highlighted there was the need to improve on our internal controls, as well as automizing our project implementation processes. And again, the issue of the project implementation system, was highlighted. However, this system, Chairperson, requires funding. We've reached out to the Department of Public Works as well as National Treasury, Chairperson. There are, or at least the discussions around that are ongoing. In fact, the National Treasury is still looking at options that we may be presented with in terms of ensuring that at least we ring fence funds around this particular project implementation system. And we really think that with an investment in this system, Chairperson, we are likely to see processes and project implementation improve around IDT, which will then improve our project expenditure and therefore improve on our income generation. And we've had to roll forward, Chairperson, the budget or the plans for these CapEx because last year we couldn't really receive any financial assistance, which at the time was earmarked towards some of these capital expenditure, Chairperson. Chairperson, at a high level, because I'm looking at the time allocated, that is basically the budget that would have then be or informed our APP, Chairperson, which we are therefore submitting today. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll pause there.
Thank you to the two presenters. Do you want to say something, CEO?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Chairperson of the board is here. If you allow me, Chair, can I hand over to her to introduce herself? And I see there's also another board member.
We said we were expecting the entire board. There's no financial implications. Where they are, they must just log in. The reason why we've got interest is that there are new board members into your entities, and members of parliament has never got a privilege to see them. But Honorable Vice, I can see your hand.
Thank you, Chairperson. I thought I heard that the chairperson of this board flew down to Cape Town. Is it to come online so that she can be in this meeting? I'd just like to know if that is the reason why she flew and who paid for this trip. Thank you, Chair.
CEO, can you do the introduction and hand it over to the chair of the board and continue with our request?
Thank you, Chair. The chairperson of the board, Ms. Zimbeni Hill, has joined us, Chair, and I will hand over to her to introduce herself. And there's another board member, Christian, who's there. She will also introduce him. Chairperson.
Thank you so much, CEO. Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and all honorable members. I do sincerely apologize. My flight landed a little later than anticipated. I reside in Cape Town and therefore I'm flying home. And thank you, Chairperson. I don't want to delay the meeting with me. We unfortunately don't have all of the board members. It has been custom at IDT to only have the chairperson in the portfolio committees. But we appreciate your guidance, Chairperson, and we're trying to get as many people to join who can. I've got with me currently Christian, and he will introduce himself.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Christian Sukdev, a trustee at IDT. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you to board members, and we hope your colleagues will join our next meeting. Please have a full component of your board members. We gave reasons. I think even last week we've raised that. What I want to conscientize honorable members and your good self, especially from the entities and the department, is that when you appear before a committee, whatever that you are presenting, make it a point that you are not misleading Parliament. We are not just calling you to tick a box. When we expect, especially in particular the APP, we are going to play oversight according to what you have presented in your APP. When you did not make it a point that you follow your APP, it gives us a problem. Therefore, I'm calling upon all the entities that don't mislead Parliament. We have a role to also take you to ethics, because when you come here, you'll be misleading and giving a false information to Parliament. You are not called by the interplenary, but we play a role and oversight on behalf of the National Assembly. Can you please bear that in mind? We are not accusing anyone, but I'm making a statement. It must sit into your head that whatever that you present here to South Africans and to Parliament, it's under oath. I'll therefore request members to raise your hands and engage with the presentation so that we must not lose direction. There are 4 entities, and if we'll do the normal system, it will mislead us. You'll end up missing the most important part where you wanted to play an oversight or make a follow-up. Honorable members, can I get an indication by the show of your hands to engage with the report? Radi?
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to try and be as brief as possible. The IDT, it has a long history of financial mismanagement, persistent deficits, and wasteful expenditure. On items such as litigation, if you look carefully at the amount of money that has been spent on litigation, it's something that's very worrying. Travel and inflated operational costs, all while failing to meet basic delivery targets. According to this APP, Honorable Chairperson, the IDT is now requesting an additional 2 billion rands from the Department of Public Works for the 2025-26 financial year, on top of already projected operational expenditure of over 536 million rands and a deficit of 47.2 million rands before capital items. Now, Chairperson, our citizens, South Africans, especially the poor, they are paying for this through indirect taxes like fuel levies, VAT hikes, and rising fuel costs. That is the reason why every member that's on this committee is equally concerned about the way these monies are being spent. And to me, this wish list is almost like there's people that's here in IDT with no conscience. You think that we have a never-ending supply of funds that's just coming from manna from heaven. So my question, Chairperson, is what has the IDT done differently in the new strategic plan to prove to this parliament and to prove to my party and the South African people that this 2 billion rand will not be wasted as has happened in the past? Additionally, Chairperson, why should this parliament approve more money when 64% of your management fees were uncollected? Yes, 64% of management fees, which forms the basis of your income, was uncollected. You're now coming to us to ask us for more money in the last year that was unspent. So you're still operating on a massive deficit. Why is it that more money is being allocated for legal fees, foreign technical resources? And the question I want to ask you is, are you looking locally for local resources and administrative travel, while actual delivery performance on time remains below 60%? Will the IDT commit to a quarterly financial and delivery scorecard to this committee so that we can track every cent? You see, Chairperson, the seventh administration must take a serious view on bailouts without accountability, because I think that era is now over. Because we're not here to just rubber stamp wastage. We are here to serve the people. And the way we serve the people is to ensure that entities like IDT and others, they manage their finances with absolute care. And remembering always at the back of the mind that this money is being forced out of hard-pressed South Africans. So if it's not urgent, do without it. At the moment, we are not convinced that a 2 billion rand for this entity is not going to be another wasted exercise. I thank you, Chairperson.
I can see a hand of Honorable Marais.
Thank you.
Letlabe, you'll follow. Then I saw a message from Honorable Makasi that she's trying to raise her hand. I've noticed that you'll be the last one, Honorable Makasi. Then in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will be short. Number one, I agree with the previous member that bailouts should be something that is now history. So the proof is in the pudding of each entity in South Africa to pull their weight. And our overall vision would be is obviously economic growth, job creation, and that will actually address poverty in South Africa. So my plea is then to each entity, also those coming up later, that the focus should be on strict financial measures to actually achieve their strategic targets they set, that it all contribute to the coffers to enrich people at a lower level in South Africa to actually ascertain themselves. So I would just say in this regard, there is a new board now in place. We will have to have, and I agree, on a monitoring level from our portfolio committee on a quarterly basis, whereby we can actually address issues if something come along the way that is problematic for that specific entity. And I think that's part of our oversight role, is also to support. We can give advice where needed or follow up on something that is terribly wrong, and then we can pick it up along the way. And that's why our role as oversight on all the entities is crucial. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to yourself, members of the committee, and the delegation from the different entities. Chair, what is most alarming is the chronic dependency on the Public Works Department to fund operational costs of IDT. Yet it continues to pay consultants, and it even goes to an extent of outsourcing IT functions. IDT has completely failed to build internal capacity, and that's one thing that we need to look at. You can't keep asking for more money when you are not improving in your functionality. And that's one thing that we really need to look at. IDT has got capacity to build itself, to build internal capacity, and you have not reached that point where you don't necessarily depend on bailouts from the department and from government as you are doing now. I just want to check, what strategy do you have to improve the management fee collection rate, which dropped from 64% in 2024-2025, which is way far below than the 90% target that you had set for yourself. I don't know how long will this unsustainable model continue of wanting to get more money from the department. Maybe you need to give us your financial revenue model, what you plan to give us, or what you plan to raise money in the coming years. We need to know what the intentions of IDT is in terms of financial sustainability as well. Is there a possibility of building a viable internal revenue model instead of really just relying on bailouts like you're doing now towards the department? IDT is not the only entity that the department needs to look after, but the intention of assisting entities is so that you give them financial support to until an extent where they're able to stand on their own. And IDT needs to prove to us that, in fact, they are looking at that direction. Your data still shows that only 2% of tenders go to people living with disabilities, while women and youth are still at 30 to 40%. I just want to check if there's intentional progress on that, particularly also looking at the current state of women and youth. Youth unemployment is completely high. Are there intentional targets or intentional increment to these targets that you have set? Can IDT maybe also provide us with a detailed provincial breakdown of the 622 targeted infrastructure projects, particularly for rural, township, and neglected communities? If you can give us that breakdown to see which areas will you be looking into and will you be prioritizing? I agree on the amount of money that we spend on litigation. And I heard the presenter saying that some of them are out of your control. We need to look into it. You spend a lot of money on litigations. And there has to be another way of dealing with these. Most of the time, you will be taken to court because you have not completed projects or whatever the case may be. But if you have internal capacity, if you have built internal capacity, there's certain things that you would be able to look into and to clear out before you've got any form of agreement with any department to avoid being litigated in the process or in the middle of a project. Maybe we need to look into it. My last question, Chair, is how is the IDT ensuring that schools, clinics, and other essential services are prioritized above all the other projects that you have? How are you prioritizing these essential ones that give essential services to our people, like schools and clinics? If you can give us that sense, if there is that prioritization, or you just work with what you get first, instead of having your priority list and knowing which projects are you going to prioritize before the others. Thanks, Chair.
Mama Kasi, you can come in. I think you are the last one.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the honorable members in the meeting, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I was failed by my gadget today. I can't raise my hand. Chair, in welcoming the presentation that was presented to us, I think I would start on the issue of the document indicating that only 2% is given as a benefit to the disability sector, which to me is stagnant, because even in the last documents that we normally see, it has been 2%, which I would want to check with the officials whether is there any plan to improve that, because I know that based on government processes, it in most departments it has been standing there at 2%. Is there any plan to improve that? And then two, if they can please provide mechanisms to deal with client departments who have been contributing to the financial instability of the entity through the debts not being paid on time. And then, Chair, I think on the presence of the board in the meeting through the chairperson, the other member that was greeting us, and I think you have also alluded to the fact that we would need to have other board members present in our meeting. Now, taking from the last discussions we had in the meeting around the issue of the qualifications of the chairperson and the process in its entirety, I would like to check whether the issue of the process of the reappointment of the two candidates of the IDT board was followed to the latter and everything was done properly. If I can get the full information, and also from your office, whether we did get the qualifications sent as we have requested in the meeting, that would be furnished with that. And then, Chair, if we can have an elaboration on the matter of the trust deed, how did they reach the conclusion of the reappointment based on competency and sustainability? And then, Chair, since I've asked your question, the question of whether your officer has received that, because I think the whole process, the criteria and the qualifications also lead to competency, whether the person is actually really qualified to do that. We deserve as a portfolio to know about these processes, whether they've been followed to the latter, and that at the end, South Africans know that as a portfolio, we can own up to whatever that has been a decision taken, that we can then be able to satisfy ourselves. If we have requested information, it should be then be availed to us as agreed in the meeting. And Chair, I would also want to check whether, if that has not happened in terms of that submission to your office, would you be in a position to investigate academic fraud in this process, so that we can be sure that everything is done to the latter? And then, if you cannot, would this committee be allowed to take this matter up, maybe to the Public Service Commission or the Public Protector, so to investigate the matter further? Because I would want to ask all these questions in the eventuality that you have not received the qualifications as we have agreed in the last meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Kobe, can you hear me?
Yes, Chair, you are audible.
Yes, you must be the last one.
Okay,
Don't
Chair.
be agitated, honorable members. When I called for hands, you must raise your hands.
Okay,
so
Chair.
you are the last one on this item.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think my question would be as it relates to the vacancy rate of 16%. The IDT had shown that previously it was at 10%, and it plans on targeting the vacancy rate to 10% in the next financial year again. What's the reason for the 16%, and maybe what strategy do they have to capacitate the entity and reduce the 16% vacancy rate? Also, Chair, I'd like them to explain on slide 16, where they talk about a transformed built environment. On their targets, it seems as though they don't have a baseline for anything, but they say number of contractors with improved cidb grading. For me, when I look at that wording, it talks about an improvement, so it must come from a certain level before. But it seems IDT has no records of it from 2021 up until 2024-2025 financial year. So what baseline are they using to determine that this is an improved number? And by what grading then did these contractors and women contractors improve with the grading? And also, if you can have a breakdown thereof. Chair, I ask because I remember CIDB showing us that they've got a built environment program. I can't remember it properly, which empowers businesses to move within their gradings, to move up or down, to move up in their grading. I'd like to know if IDT, with these numbers that they have, if they contribute to that built environment, because they did mention that this is a program that depends on other entities within DPWI to contribute to. If IDT is owning that they are in fact improving the numbers of the grading of contractors, how much did they contribute to the Build Environment Fund, and why don't they have a baseline for the years before so that we can have a complete comparative analysis? Also, Chair, with regards to the digitization strategy, I completely agree with Honorable Reddy that it should not be externalized. I think the department last week came up and showed us one of their priority areas in digitization. I was wondering if IDT has not had time to consult maybe with DPWI to see how they can plug into that, because they don't have money, and it looks like this program, this digital program that they want to then procure, is going to take a huge chunk of their money. So if they can have maybe a chat with DPWI to see how they can plug into that digitization strategic outcome, then maybe they will be able to save on funds. But Chair, also projects that are within budget. They say they've completed 44% of them within budget, and then they plan on the number is to increase next year, Chair. How are they planning to do this, Chair? I think my worry is that the IDT does not have a strategy that is alone, that is not dependent on their client departments. How do they plan on increasing this 44% onto the next target into the next year if they are dependent on client departments to give them the money? Thanks, Chair.
Are you done, Kobe?
Yes, Chair, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Maybe I must just start with the department. I'm not sure whether Mtombeni is in the platform. You know, I've got a very disturbing question. When I look into the presentation, the financials and the entire APP, my question to the department, in particular, Mtombeni was responsible for entities. Before they present or they bring this report to us, what was the discussions and the agreement with yourselves as the department? You know, the reason why I'm raising this, or I've raised even before when I started, misleading Parliament, it's a serious misconduct. Mr. Mtombeni, can you apprise us before you respond, whoever responds? Maybe you should talk to us and give us confidence that you went through these two reports with the IDT, and what was your advice? How did you allow it to proceed? And what gave you confidence to say this is a document that must be presented before Parliament? Can you talk to that before we could entertain any other question? Then maybe it will give me a direction to ask questions. Mr. Mtomben, over to yourself.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Chairperson, you will pardon me on the voice. I have a touch of a flu. I hope I'll be audible to members. Chairperson, in terms of your question, in terms of how the department and entities interface on the planning processes, we have a process which we use, Chairperson. When entities go to their strategic planning sessions, they had it in interaction with our planning unit in the department, where we are able to guide them in terms of their plan so that there's an alignment in terms of their planning and the outcome of their planning process. And all our entities in their planning, they also have their boards so that they're able to look into all areas and plans so that there's a guidance and alignment in their plans. So having done that, they will be able to take their plans to the board to ratify it and send to the department in terms of the requirement of PFMA. So we do receive plans that are sanctioned by the boards and given to the department to relook into them. Ultimately, the DG and the minister will sign it off before such APPs and strat plans are presented in Parliament. So I'm trying to put a confidence in terms of checks and balances and our planning process from our side, Chairperson, on their documentations. So I can just confirm to members to say the document which we have has been relooked into the department. And in the case of IDT itself, we also signed the shareholder compact with them as a requirement, and even the other entity as well, which is separate from the APPs and the strat plans which we have. Those shareholder compacts that are there to sort of clear roles and responsibility between a shareholder and the entities. So, Chairperson, I wanted to put that assurance across to say their processes were looked at and they were also, concurred to by the department, as it were. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Mr. Mtomben, let me phrase it in this way. One of the members has made or has asked a question of comparison. If that question did not arise, it means all is well. But the minute you get a comparison from the previous annual year comparing to what you're planning does not tally or does not marry each other, then there's a problem. When you say you put your confidence, what makes you as a department and as an overseer or an immediate supervisor to an entity to approve their document when you don't compare? They tell you they'll achieve 70% of their performance. How do you then say we measure it? Yes, it can be achievable because last year they've managed to achieve 60. While you see on the previous annual year, they did not get closer to what they are planning to achieve. What gives you that confidence? What is it that is new that makes you to have confidence? My question is that all those processes that you are raising, we are aware of them, but do you really play your role as an advisor, as you want the entity to be viable on its own? Do you really want it to be self-sustainable if you are doing your work? That is my question. What have you used? Which tool have you used to agree and say these are achievable in this current financial year? That's why I'm saying it. You must respond first. Then we'll come back to the board and the entity. Can you try to clarify that? Because we don't see the comparison. There are targets and plans that they want to achieve in compared to the previous year. It takes it to achieving that. Mr. Mtombeni, maybe you must also switch on your camera, because I did that deliberately. I've switched on my camera so that you can see me. We'll want to see you responding properly when you have switched on your camera. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I hope you are able to see me.
Very well.
Thank you so much. Chairperson, the question which you raised, and then including the question which members raised on the comparison in terms of the targets which were set previously and the one going forward. The point I was trying to make was that we do assessments in terms of the targets which our entities are setting, and we also give a feedback from the department. We do an analysis on all those targets which are set through our monitoring and evaluation units in the department, who are our planners. So they're able to look into that. They write back to the entities and give the observations for them to sort of relook into their targets and to sort of submit targets which are also inclusive of the departmental observations. So I want to put an assurance on that process. So here, I'm sure, Chairperson, you're talking about a specific matter where there were no movement and things were done in the past. And there is no promise that in the near future, such targets can be increased or realized if there is no substantial assistance around that. But the assurance I'm putting, Chairperson, is that we do that due diligence from our side just to test all the targets which are set, and we take it back to entity to review, and they do that with their board. And ultimately, from the department, we take the assurance which were given by entities management and the boards themselves as a final document which ministers sign, and thereafter we take to Parliament. That's what I can try to indicate, Chairperson. If there were that particular target put and we sort of deal with it directly, we can sort of give an honest assessment on that. But here I was trying to explain the process which we use in the department to test the targets which the entities give to us. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
CEO, you can lead in responding the questions together with your colleagues and the board members.
Thank you, Chair. If you allow me, I will hand over to the chairperson and then I will come in after the chairperson, Chair, and my team.
Thank you so much, CEO. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will only deal with the matters that are of oversight importance. And I think I want to assure the members that we as the board as well have asked management to report back to us on a regular basis, particularly around cash flows. If you recall, members, from the last time, we had a conversation around the board intervening in our cash flow crisis. And how that intervention went out was that we worked with the department and the ministry to write letters to the MECs as well as other ministers where we are owed money. And from what I understand from the CEO, this communication from the minister was taken very well. So, and we're also, and we've had constraints, and our constraints have been financial, in that we as a board haven't been able to visit the provinces. But we are hoping as we start to collect our monies, that we'll also be able to travel to provinces and play a much greater oversight. So what we've then committed with the department is to ensure that we also give them on a monthly basis our cash flow projections and also on a quarterly basis. So we are more than happy to also pass that information on to the portfolio committee so that the portfolio committee can also affect its effective oversight. On the business model of the IDT, I just want to maybe provide a little bit of clarity. What we ask of the departments according to our shareholder compact is around expenditure. So we ask them for contracts and not necessarily for 2 billion. What we ask is that as the state entity, we ask the same thing of other departments, that they use us as their implementation agency of choice. So the IDT doesn't own the project. We are not the ones who strategically decide where a clinic should be built and where a school should be built. It's usually our client departments who decide that, and we become implementation agents or partners in their delivery. So when we ask the department for a portfolio, we ask them for a portfolio because that is where we earn our management fees. Now, IDT has had a financial crisis for a long time, and it's something that we've spoken about. But what we are working towards, which is a priority of the board, is to break even. And we can only break even once our revenue exceeds our expenditure. Our expenditure continues to grow as our portfolio grows, because we try and ensure that we are resourcing for effective project implementation. Where that is leading us in the current budget is that it's leading us to a deficit of around 100 million. And it is only this deficit which we hope that Treasury will help us to plug the gap. And if you recall, members as well, is that there's currently a reconfiguration process, and that reconfiguration process will allow the IDT to move from a Schedule 2 to a Schedule 3, and that will ensure that we are able to plug any developmental gap, that we are able to have the proper conversation with National Treasury, which can be plugged from the fiscus. So I think those are the areas I just want to highlight before I hand over to the management team.
Can I go on, Chairperson?
You know, it's a bit difficult, honorable members. I'm not sure whether it's Lwazi or Mtomben who will have to respond on behalf of the executive, because there were 2 or 3 questions that were raised in terms of the board, and I don't think they can respond for themselves or the CEO. But bear in mind, there are questions that direct to the board, and I think they need the department. You may proceed, CEO, and if you are brave enough, Ms. Zimbini, with questions that were raised, you can respond, then we'll give you another chance. But Lwazi and Mtomben, you must be prepared to respond as well. Proceed, Mamalak.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will start with the questions from Honorable Reddy, and the Chairperson has touched on the first question on the request for IDT for 2 billion. And I think, Chair, just to add on what she said, we are not requesting 2 billion from the department. We have signed a shareholders compact, and in line with the shareholders compact, the department is required to support us with giving us business. And therefore, the 2 billion that we are requesting is 2 billion worth of projects that the department has committed on the shareholders compact to give us. They have given us projects, Honorable Chair, but it's not to the addition of 2 billion. And the concern that we have raised with the department is that some of the projects are not funded, and therefore they do not add value to the IDT in terms of assisting with financial sustainability if they are not not funded. Some of them are on hold. Some of them we have advertised, we have procured, we have received concurrence from the department to continue. And then later on, when we are handing over sites, the department had stopped them. So this is the concern, Chair, that we are raising, that the shareholders compact does say that the department must commit to 2 billion worth of project for assisting us with our financial sustainability. Chair, the issue of our litigation remains high because of non-payment from our clients, because as we are not able to pay within 30 days, our service providers then takes us on litigation for non-payment. And by the time the department pays and they drop their litigation, we have already incurred cost, but our contract with our clients allow us to claim for those costs. So with our clients, we then go back and claim the litigation cost, but we have to spend first. Because we have to defend the matter as and when they come. In some instances, when our service providers take us to court, we join them, so that as the department pays the service provider, they are then forced by the court to pay us our litigation cost as well. Chair, on the issue of foreign resources that Honorable Reddy raised, these are Cuban technical, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, that came through the South African and Cuban government through the Department of Public Works, and some resources were allocated to the IDT and the department and different entities. So we are not going all out and appoint foreign nationals, but this is an intergovernmental agreement. We appoint South Africans when we do advertise on our vacancies. Honorable Letlape, on your questions, I will hand over to the CFO when I'm done as they relates to our management fee collection and contracting model. On the question of the 2% living with disabilities, it has been a challenge. However, we have taken a different strategy that we engage organizations that encompass the persons dealing with disabilities. We have already had several meetings with them for them to assist us in terms of us achieving the target. On your concern on women and youth, we have and continue to implement the contractor development program that specifically targets women and youth, and we train and allocate projects to them, and that's how we will be able to achieve our targets on women and youth. On your request for breakdown on infrastructure projects per region and district and the rurality, we can work on it, Honorable Letlape, and submit those breakdowns. And your last question was on how do we prioritize our projects, especially the essential services. So what the different departments do is that they will give us their list of projects, and they have already prioritized, and they will give us their list of priorities for those schools in terms of how they should be prioritized, and also the implementation. And the budget for those prioritized schools and health centers will then be ring-fenced to ensure that we do prioritize those schools and clinics. Honorable Magasi, I think I touched on yours on disability. Honorable Kobe, your questions I will hand over to Mr. Mulauzi to respond to them. So I will start with the CFO on the financial ones and the model, and then hand over to Mr. Mulauzi for the strategic ones.
No, thank you very much, CEO. Through you, Chairperson. The Chairperson of IDT and the CEO have really responded to all the finance-related questions from Honorable Reddy. The next set of finance-related questions were from Honorable Litlab, and the only one that is still outstanding relates to our strategy on the management fee collection. Honorable members, here we had a board induction where we presented a strategy that is basically based on two approaches. The first one is through the assistance of the board, which the chairperson will then lead in our stakeholder engagements, is to really be aggressive towards the approach of what we refer to as a tranche payment approach. Now, that is when we negotiate with the client departments, to basically transfer the funds for the specific programs that we are implementing on their behalves. Transfer those funds up front, we ring fence them, and ensure that we use those funds specifically for those programs. That way, we would reduce the issue of having long outstanding debts or debtors by the clients. Chairperson, the second one really is to ensure that all our new projects, we have started this particular strategy, but it's not all of our projects that we are currently implementing, but moving forward, entering into contracts where we implement the project on a stage gate approach. In other words, for each stage of the 6 stages that are generally there when we implement stages. In the past, most of our projects would only start billing our clients when the contractor is already on site, whereas there's 4 more stages prior to that where we would have done extensive work, but we are not compensated in terms of that. So that is in the main the strategy moving forward in ensuring that we reduce our cash flow challenges that really have been brought by the model that we've implemented in the past. Thank you, Chairperson.
I'll go back to the acting DG and Mtombeni. On the response of the CEO, it comes back to the question that I asked you, and you, how do I put it? You responded it in a way that does not even give a proper answer, but you just become strategic. And you responded in a principled way, but we are dealing, I believe that South Africans are watching us. If I did not raise that question and it was going to be proper for the CEO to respond the way she responded, but then it tells you something is wrong. The CEO, when she responds, she says, on the request, based on the questions that were asked, on the request of a 2 billion project, the department, you are not adhering to the shareholders' compact, meaning you agree with their APP, with their plans, but at the same time, as a department, you are the ones who are making them to fail. If you are not giving them projects that are equals to 2 billion, and you are not making it a point as an advocate, Mr. Mtombeni, yourself for all these entities to the department, then there's a problem. How do you then approve the APP while you are the ones who are dragging them down, you are making them not to achieve what they must achieve, and you have approved their APP? That's what I'm saying. Are you not misleading us? Are you not misleading Parliament? If you are adhering to the 2 billion project that has been requested and you are agreeing and approving the APP, all these questions were not going to be asked. And we even raised the last meeting with your chairperson being present, the chairperson of the board, that in terms of the client department that were raised by even members, and I think even Honorable Makasi did ask that, even though the CEO is trying to respond to that, to say, a mechanism that deals with client department who have been contributing to financial instability of the IDT through its debts not being paid on time. And we raised, going further in the previous meeting, to say, what role does a Minimec play on that matter? Yes, Ms. Zimbin, when she responds, she said, we have not yet been to provinces, but you have a structure that is called Minimec, that the minister summons all the MECs, can speak to all the MECs. And when you go to provinces, the client department are the ones who are in those provinces, even though it cannot be in particular DPWI in the provinces, even other departments where those MECs can advocate on your behalf. That is my, I get confused and not become happy and not being comfortable as the chair when members ask questions and the response becomes technical. It does not give us proper answers. That's why I'm saying, are you aware when you respond that you must not fall into a trap of misleading Parliament? When it went further, I said, it's unfortunate the executive is not part of us today. But I believe Mr. Mtombeni and the acting DG, even though you are not executive, there is a role that you play to advise as well, according to your professions, according to your experiences, to even give further and more. You are not advised, but you have a role that you must play. One of the questions that was raised by our members in particular is that in terms of, in the previous meeting, in terms of the processes, or can you, actually what she said is that, can you please educate the committee on the processes of reappointment of the two candidates, which also include the chairperson of the board. That's why I said, I'm not sure whether if the chair of the board, I can't force her to respond, but if she's fine with it, she can respond. She can even take and educate us through. And also, there's a matter of a trust deed. And your trust deed, it has issues and loopholes on it, on the information that subsequently, we have a role as a portfolio. When she went further in asking her questions to say, do you want us, or can you advise, do you want us to take the matter of even the qualifications and the appointment of the board to the Public Service Commission? Because yes, as a portfolio, if there's that recommendation, we can involve the Public Service Commission and the Public Protector to take the matter into investigation. Can you respond on that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay, there's a bit of confusion there, Chair. Maybe Ms. Zimbini can start on the other matters. I'll come on the IDT board issues as well as oversight in terms of the projects. The Chair, I'll come after. Thanks.
You can proceed, Ms. Zimbini.
Thank you, Chair. Lwazi has covered me, Chair. It wouldn't be proper for me to answer a question on board appointment. The board didn't appoint themselves, and we don't know the process. All we do is to submit the relevant documents, which include certified copies of CVs and qualifications. I think that is the only question from my side, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
No, I thought Ms. Zimbini, you were going to respond on the matter. Last week, you gave us, there was an accusation, you responded, but you did not provide the qualification in writing. You responded verbally, and I think that was part of the question, well, to say, are you willing to provide us with that qualification? You have responded.
Yes, Chairperson. The department has got the qualifications. Normally, they would respond on behalf of the entity, but I am more than happy. I didn't realize it was for me to provide them, but the entity has them already because it's part of our nomination process.
Lazi, it's okay. Thank you. Lazi.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you also, honorable members, for the questions. I think, Chair, yes, in the absence of the executive, let me do my best in terms of, from a structural perspective of how we deal with the entities. Particularly the question you've asked, what tools and methods do we use to ensure that at least there's continuity over the period, given the fact that in the previous years there would have been challenges with regards to performance, but also the issue that we seem to be as a department failing the entity with regards to, dealing with the issues of projects and giving them. I think it's centered around the 2 billion projects issues. Chair, let me put it this way for honorable members as well, that I think the questions are poised spot on. We also in the department have realized that there is the disjunction in terms of the coordination, but not only just the coordination, but the model on how we express the entities express themselves and administer the projects or infrastructure projects on behalf of the department, particularly in the context of IDT when you talk of social infrastructure. That is part of an issue that we've also identified in terms of the model. And I think we were hamstrung by the fact that we're in the process of reconfiguring IDT. And then the process has actually taken longer than we had anticipated, which ideally would have seen that some of the social infrastructure projects would have been dealt with that context. But it's also a portfolio issue, Chair, that from a departmental point of view, when we deal with the portfolios which are more on the security cluster point of view, we also need to balance the projects and the demands that are coming through to IDT from other stakeholders or other departments as well as provincial departments. IDT being the implementing body, we also are balancing the quantum of infrastructure that we are also administering, but also through a number of implementing bodies. I'm not sure, Chair, if you recall at some stage when we were in Parliament where the DG said that, look, we're relooking at the model of implementing agencies where we want to bring these projects to the department. And then we manage those projects ourselves, because the issue of implementing agencies is also creating a problem for us, where one implementing agent will do this and then projects are not completed and stuff. That is the process that is actually kickstarted that identification or realization of that gap has kickstarted the process of us remodeling the idea of how do we then spread our portfolio where an entity of a department, in this case IDT, basically become the implementing arm of the department in realizing its strategic objectives and outcomes. And that is where we are coming in that context. And also this matter has been brought also to the technical MINMEC and MINMEC, which also as part of our 5-year infrastructure plan, we're also looking into the context of how then do we also working with ESA Infrastructure South Africa from a project preparation and to a project delivery. How then do we ensure that IDT becomes our implementing agent when it comes to social infrastructure, working together with the provincial MECs, even to the extent of looking at SALCA and COCTA on issues where we can also advance the 4 objectives of the intergovernmental relations. So, Chair, we are on a journey of remodeling this, and I think the final determination of the schedule that IDT will take will also assist in terms of how we then break that portfolio to the point where now they become sustainable whether it's a Schedule 2, whether it's a Schedule 3, 3B. It will also assist in terms of how we break that. So, Chair, that's as best as I can. It's a journey that we're embarking on, and I think right now it's basically chewing gum in toothpicks, and not necessarily structured. And I think we are moving towards structuring this going forward as we finalize and make a determination on the composition, not rather the composition, but the scheduling of IDT and reconfiguration of IDT. Chair, in terms of the board processes, maybe let me allow Mtombeni to come in. There are specific questions around that. And then maybe if Ndo is in the meeting, Ndo to also talk from a legislative program, particularly on the gaps that have been identified in the Act, and how we are dealing with those issues as well as part of the legislative program. Mr. Mtombeni?
No, acting DG, I see two hands of members there. Allow me to allow them to raise what they want to raise. Maybe it will also be included in the response of Mtombeni and the legal person. Kosi, then Delange will follow.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think I just want to make a follow-up question, which I can see that is not responded to. The question that Babulas was about to respond to it, of the processes. When Honorable Makasi raised it, she indicated that can we be educated as this portfolio committee about the reappointment of those board members that were appointed? Second to the chair, the issue of the qualifications, I can hear the chair when she's saying the qualifications were given to the department. But remember, in our last portfolio committee, we requested that as this portfolio committee, we requested that we be finished with those qualifications so to satisfy ourselves as this portfolio committee, because we are not yet sure, and I can see that they don't want to answer that. They are busy hiding or ducking and diving. We don't know what is happening. Can we be finished with those two answers? Because it was clear and it was not answered. Thank you very much.
Honorable Delang.
Thank you so much, Chair. Unfortunately, I'm unable to open my video. Chair, I just want to do a follow-up. And I really want this matter, board and the qualifications of the chairperson to be closed. The first question I want to ask to the department, why the qualifications of the chairpersons were not sent as requested by the committee? That's the question I want to. The question also I want to ask now to the chairperson herself. Although she outlined the process now today, that no, he expected that as the department that is the one that is going to send the qualification, which is not the case. The case was that as per that meeting, she is the one that will send the qualifications in the office. There was no made mention of that it will via the department when she responded. But that's an area that it has to be clarified loud and clear. I think that the last issue on the questions raised by Honorable Marcus is that she was asking about the process and the qualification, which is now not part of the is part of the department itself. That we must be in a situation even get finished now about the advert itself, what you are saying by the department. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Over to yourself, department.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Honorable Nkosi and Lelanga for the questions. Chair, let me bring Mr. Mtombeni to respond on this one of the process. Mr. Mtombeni, maybe if you take a three-prong approach in responding to this. Number one is to look at the general process that is followed in appointing the board. Number two, and then you paint a scenario where there will be changes in terms of the board to either by resignation or any other form. And then three, in the context of the question that the two that have been appointed, including the chairperson, how they fit into that process, so that then at least there's an understanding of that the processes were followed. Mr. Mtombeni.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you to honorable members. Thank you to Acting DG. I'll just go straight to the questions that were raised by Honorable Makasi around the processes which we followed for the appointment of members, and in particular the two members which she referred to. I guess she was referring to the ministerial appointees and the issues of processes on the reappointment. Chairperson, what I can indicate is from the line function point of view in the department, how we process the appointments of the boards and the vacancies, how we go about it. I'll also go straight to the particular issue. Normally what we do, Chairperson, we anticipate when is the expiry of the board in question. So it will be in our plan as a department, knowing that when do we start to activate our processes. In our case, we are fortunate that the entities which we have, the four of them, their appointment is done at the departmental level. So we anticipate that, we plot it in our planning. So we start to sort of do the internal processes of getting the draft adverts done and sanctioned by our DG and the minister. And we also share with the entity concerned because they are affected by the content of the advert. So we do collaborate with them. We get that advert approved. Once it's approved, we'll be able to publish it on an appropriate date so that we do it in advance. And add that to the issues of advert, it will be the issues of a selection panel, which is very critical in the appointment of any board, because these are the panel that assist in dealing with the nomination that we receive. They deal with it in detail and also make a recommendation to the executive or the authority to sort of make determination. So we do that. So similarly with the IDT, which we are dealing with, we're able to deal with that when we're putting this current board which we have. So it's a process which you do when you appoint a new board. So, but there's another process which you do when there are vacancies within the term, the way it happened with IDT, that within the term, there will be vacancies which we need to close. Normally on the vacancies, we'll use the process which the panel has dealt with.
Can you pause? Honorable Radi, is that an agency? Do you want to?
Yes, Chairperson. I want to raise a point of order, insurgency, whatever you want to call it. I think that we are moving away from the issues of the APP. And I want to appeal that if it's an issue regarding a specific appointment of the board member, qualifications, let's put that as a separate item and deal with it. I believe it should be dealt with, but not through the APPs. Otherwise, Chair, I have a problem because we're not going to finish on time. We still have three more and three more to go through. So we can maybe perhaps put that as a standalone item and we deal with it thoroughly. I have issues myself. I just don't feel that this is the opportunity where I should be raising that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Mr. Mtombeni, can you proceed with what you were responding?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. So I was still articulating the process, but I'll be short, going to the issues of the reappointment and the appointment that have occurred right now, because these were necessitated by the vacancies that occurred. So when there's a vacancy, there's a process which we use where we normally go to the list which was used to determine the board which we're having when we went for public process to say, what other names did we have in various categories? What are the qualifications and the requirements? Because when you recommend to minister, you also recommend a reserve list. These are the nominees or candidates that fit, but they didn't cut it in terms of when we finalize your panel. So you put it as a reserve list so that if vacancies arise in the middle of the term, you are able to revisit your schedules, in particular where you were able to interview the candidates. You recommend to minister to say, these are the suitable candidates that can close this vacancy. You put those kind of recommendations internal so that you close the gap. But in the instance of IDT, we had a problem where when you sort of deal with these issues, you were dealing with the two categories, the ministerial representations or ministerial appointees that were sort of, taken out, and ultimately the minister had to sort of, use a discretion to restore, the ministerial appointees, as it were. So that process of ministerial appointees is left at the purview of the executive authority to determine. And we will also be using those prescripts of deeds of trust just to check which section cater for that. So in our case, we're catered by section 8.2.1 of the deeds of trust, which determine the process of ministerial appointees. So we're revisiting that. So as minister reported in the previous meeting, Chairperson, that was his purview to sort of deal with the ministerial appointees. But with the other issues of the other vacancies that happen, you sort of revisit your previous list and also check in terms of the deeds of trust, what does it say? Unlike other acts which we have for our entities, the deeds of trust also put a provision where the board itself can recommend to minister if there are vacancies. So those are the two scenarios. The practice is what we have in our reserve list in other entities. But with the IDT, they're having a leverage of using the board to recommend to the minister. So what I want to indicate to the committee chairperson is that the way we close the vacancies in the current board of IDT, it was on the basis of the provision which allows the board to recommend to minister to appoint when the vacancies. So the appointed members that are there, that's how they came about, where the board recommended to the minister to say, you can close with these candidates from their end. So I wanted to put that on record, a chairperson, without making any misrepresentation to the members. How did we come to that conclusion? So, but I wanted to put our processes across so that we understand how we sort of close the vacancies. So on the issues of qualifications, chairperson, the selection panel, which we talked about, upon finalizing the appointments, when they recommend to the minister, there will be issues of qualifications which will be asked to individual members that are recommended. So we get that, and from there we take it to our security management in the department, working with security agencies, and including the issues of checking the qualifications. So we do it through our security. Before we go to cabinet, we have that assurance by security in terms of qualification checks and other security checks, which we have, and we have their report, which is attached when we go to cabinet to make an assurance to say we have done assessment of qualification and other security search for the members that are recommended. I hope, Chairperson, I tried to cover that in terms of what members were looking for. Thank you so much.
Chair.
Chair, follow up also.
Honorable members, I'm going to allow the last two hands that I see for follow-up. It seems like we're exhausting all the three hands. We'll exhaust time for this item or this entity. I'll start with Makasi Kobe, then Lelange will be the last one.
Thank you, Chair. I think when I was asking this question, I was explicitly clear that the matter was a discussion of the last meeting. And in that meeting, I think the chair was jubilant and energetic in answering and saying she would provide these qualifications. And in me asking, I asked whether your office has received these qualifications because we had requested them as a committee in a meeting. So even now, Mr. Mtombeni is not clear. He's just telling us that they are asked to submit the qualifications by the panel team when they are recommended. But still, as I'm sitting here, I do not have that. And I think I was just as explicit and as pointing clear that we had agreed that we have that. And also, if the qualifications are not provided, this process that I've outlined in terms of us requesting that it be investigated through the public protector, is that the way that we should be going? Because I feel that I'm still have not been answered. He is explaining the whole process around the issue of the chair when I was clear to check whether do we have or do we not have her qualifications as the chair of the board, as per the outcome of the previous meeting when we had sat and discussed the matter. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, can I come? Okay, yes, Chair. Chair, I don't believe that I was answered. I think Mr. Malaudzi was supposed to be the one who answers my questions with regards to the digitization of the entity, the built environment, and the comparative analysis of the grading of the CIDB companies that came in. That had improved as per the presentation. And also, Chair, the last one was with regards to the vacancy rate as well, that is sitting at 16%. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me welcome the responses by Mr. Mtombe. He's giving us a process as if it was not even part of our last meeting, but it's fine. The first issue is that he must assist us as the committee. He is not clear because I asked a direct question. Why they have not submitted a specific issue, information, or qualifications of the acting chairperson or the chair of the board? Because this is not an overall issue; it's a specific issue, and we have to. And this matter is specific. And I said earlier, I want this matter to be closed because we want our chairperson to focus on doing the work. Two, the sharing of the advert to the portfolio committee. I think those are simple things I should have explained them loud and clear how we can get that as the committee. The last issue I want to speak to is the we need an advice. We spoke about the deed of trust. What does the deed of trust says about reappointments of members back to the board? That's the question I want to get to, because we need to finalize this matter. And also the last issue, when he's responding, he's speaking about a panel, referring to a panel. He's in a position to share who constituted that panel. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Reddy, I can see your hand, but allow me to chair. I'm not going to give you a chance. I've said it. those were the last hands in this item. I'm going to request the legal team from the department to respond, and also Mr. Mtombeni and Lwazi to try and respond to that matter. You can lead, Lwazi.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honourable members, for raising those questions. Chair, let me apologise on behalf of the department for failing to submit those documents. Chair, we will then submit now. After this meeting, we will then put the package together and then submit the requested information to the members on the qualifications. And I think maybe in addition to that, just a high-level summary of the process, as well as noting some of the areas within the Act, particularly when it comes to reappointment, and also to shed some light in relation to the reappointment of or appointment of members who were part of the previous board. If Chair allows and members are amenable to that, we will do that today, Chair. If that is fine with the Chair and the members. And then there were a question from Honorable Kobe. I think they were directed to Mlaudzi from IDT. If Mr. Mlaudzi can come in to respond, probably assisted by the CEO. Mr. Mlaudzi.
Thank you, Chairperson and Honorable Kobe. I'm going to answer two questions. One on the CIDB grading and the vacancy rate. The digitization part, I think the CEO can handle that. We probably just lost the essence of that question. She probably lost that in her answering when she responded. On the CIDB, we didn't run the program for a long time. As you know, the IDT went through a very turbulent time, and you know, there were threats of closure. So as a result of our very low value of our program portfolio, we were not able to recruit. That is why there's none applicable in those columns for the previous year. So the program started running again 22-23 and 23-24. That's when we're setting up the panel. And then year two, if we consider that would be 24-25, that's when we allocate projects to participants. And then year three, 25-26 is when we will then evaluate how many of those that were allocated projects are able to move or to improve their CIDB grading. That is why we have put our targets in that particular manner, in the manner in which they appear in the annual performance plan. That's the first one. The second part on the vacancy rate, yes, we ended 2024-25 financial year at 16% vacancy rate, but the idea is to keep the vacancy rate at a maximum or below 10%, as is the norm in the public service. So 10% is where we want to be, but we have not always been able to do this to reach that target. So that is why there's a discrepancy between what was the situation when we ended the past financial year, and where we want to go in the next few years or so. So we just want to keep the vacancy rate at 10% maximum as per the public service regulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. On the digitalization and the system, Chair, we did check with the department or whether they do have a project management system. Our discussions with the DG was that they were also looking at using the system that we have procured, but unfortunately, because of the budget constraints, the IDT is not able to continue. But there are discussions with the DG and the CFO on the issue of the system. Maybe CFO, if you can just quickly address that issue. But maybe, Chair, before I step off on the platform, I just want to highlight that as IDT Chair and as the CEO, and I believe I'm speaking on behalf of the board, we don't want to be depending on any grant. We want to be financially sustainable. And we had consistently said for the past 3 years that all we need are projects that we can collect management fee on, and they can be ring-fenced
the money allocated to IDT immediately upon signing the agreement. The CFO is currently in discussion with Treasury on how they can assist us to ring-fence those projects, the same way that we are ring-fencing the budget and the project with the Department of Transport in KZN. As soon as we sign the allocation letter, for example, if the allocation of projects for that financial year is 500 million, they transfer that budget to us, and therefore we don't struggle with paying our service providers and also collecting management fee. And if we can use the same model that we are using with our new clients, we will not be requesting any grant from Treasury Chair. CFO, quickly.
No, thank you, CEO. The CEO's Honorable Chairperson is correct, because in our discussion with the department, we were also of the view that they need an automated project management system. And we have started the discussions to say, because IDT has already progressed in terms of the procurement of the system, and we are already, designing and developing it. Once it is complete, it will also then assist the department as well to piggyback off that system, because we have similar processes in terms of project management. I'm also in discussion, as the CEO has mentioned, with the National Treasury. We do get updates on a weekly basis. We started this discussion about 3-4 weeks ago, honorable members, and in order to see if we can't, from the National Treasury, also ring fence some of these budgets that are allocated for infrastructure projects, which we then sign off MOAs with our clients. So that discussion is continuing. We expect feedback on the final way forward very soon, Chairperson. Also, what was proposed and we are also considering and exploring is the issue of, in inverted commas, selling our debtors book, because already we have incurred this expenditure. So projects are just stalled because of cash flow processes. So we are also exploring the possibility of selling that debtors book so that we can then get the cash and proceed with the projects. Thanks, Chair.
Are you all done with the responses, Lwazi?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I just want to add, Chair and honorable members, in relation to the digital trust strategy. Chair, yes, I do confirm that we are already in discussion on this one. I've already had a meeting with the heads of project, the head of project, to look at that system that IDT already has. We're basically in the process of a customization process, and mapping it in the context of the not only just the department, but into the broader digital transformation strategy of the department and the entities, particularly with regards to infrastructure. So that is also underway, and I think at some stage, through your Chair, we will be able to then provide progress in relation to that. So I do confirm that that discussion is already underway. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, IDT and the board. You may be excused.
Okay, just one more question for them. They didn't answer my question about the contribution to the board program.
Okay.
Yes, Chair.
I think they'll submit written answers. Allow me, as I did to Radi, that I said that was the last round.
Okay, Chair.
They must just take note with all the responses that they've responded, and they need to also remember there are even recommendations. The issue of the public protector and the public sector commission, it's part of the recommendation. The board and the support staff together with the department, you must submit a written response into all questions, because I'll agree with members. Most of their questions, they were partially responded to. And I've said it, you were becoming technical. You were not directing and responding direct to what members were asking. You know, when you deal with the public, simplify even the language, because you want the public to also hear and see what do we do as government and its entities. But your response is, to be honest, they were too technical. But we'll want to release you, and just bear in mind that we'll expect written responses by the end of this week, in particular by Friday. You must have submitted that through our secretariat. Allow me to go to the next item. You can be released, CEO and the chair of the board with your members. You can excuse yourself.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll request Agrément SA to do their presentation, and now it's exactly 11:24. You have until 10 to 12, 11:50. You may take us through, or you have until 12 o'clock. You still have to introduce yourselves. Who's leading the delegation, Agrément?
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and the chairpersons of the other public entities, the acting DDG, the acting DG, Mr. Lwazi, as well as the other officials from the departments. My name is Richard Somanje. I'm the CEO of Agrément South Africa. Chairperson, I'm not alone. With me, I'm with the new chairperson. Chairperson, I must emphasize, the new person or chairperson of Agrément, Dr. Lindelani Machize. He will just, if Dr. Machize, if you can show, you can put in the camera so the members can see you, as followed by the CFO, Mr. Mulamuleli Ranzwa. Thanks, Chairperson. And the CFO.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Mulamuleli Ranzwa, the CFO at Agrément South Africa. Thank you.
Thanks. Chairperson, also with us here is Mr. Hosel. He actually joined us, but initially we didn't forward the name, but since I realized that this meeting is online, so I requested him. He's the Manager Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation at Agrément South Africa. And that's the number that I've requested. And for now, Chairperson, if we can then proceed with the presentation, noting that we've got the timeline that is to do our presentation. And having said this, Chairperson, perhaps I will then allow the Chairperson of Agrément, Dr. Machize, to give a brief overview of what we're going to present. Thank you. Dr. Machize. proceed, it will appear Dr. Machize is not audible from my end. Chairperson, we are presenting a strategic plan as well as the 2025-2026 annual performance plan here for the portfolio committee. Chairperson. There's some disturbance on my presentation, perhaps, or it shows that it's not on the presentation mode, but I could still see myself. I just want to change the video. Yes, it's much better now. I was wondering why is it. Apologies. Agrément South Africa here presents its 5-year strategic plan as well as the 2025-2026 annual performance plan, with which it's in line with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Chairperson. And this 2025-2026 annual performance plan, it's actually aligned to its outcome, which is contained in the strategic plan. And the 2025-2026 financial year is the first year in which we are implementing this 5-year strategy that range from 2025-2026 to 2029-2030, according to the medium-term development plan. As a strategic focus, it's grounded on 5 pillars: optimizing the organization's regulations, capacity, as well as enforcement, customer focus, financial sustainability, and stakeholder management, as well as the collaborations. We are looking at the ASA Agreement South Africa Act, which is a statutory body established in terms of its Act number 11/2025, which is due for review, Chairperson. And on this act, we are looking at the certification processes, which is a core, as well as the renewal of certificates, as well as the quality assurance. This is in line ensuring that we keep the register of the certificates, which is our sole mandate. In implementing the act, Chairperson, we are looking at the 5 objects. The first one being to provide assurance of the specifiers and users of fitness for purposes for non-standardized construction-related products or systems. And we also provide support and promote the process of integrated socio-economic development in the Republic as it relates to the construction industry. We further support and promote the introduction and the use of certified non-standardized construction-related product systems in the local as well as international market. This then gives us, we provide further support to the policymakers here, Chairperson, to minimize the risk associated with the use of non-standardized construction-related products and systems. And we are impartial and international acknowledged South African Center for Assessments and Confirmation for Fitness of Purpose for the non-standardized construction-related products and systems. Our strategic focus is, before we talk about strategic focus, it's important, Chairperson, to indicate our vision, missions, and values. Why? Because these are the new revised visions where we are to be a leading assurer of sustainable, non-standardized construction-related products and systems in the world. We do this by ensuring that in terms of the mission, we provide assurance through fitness for purpose of sustainable, non-standardized construction-related products and systems while promoting socio-economic developments which aids policymakers in mitigating those risks. We use our values to make sure that we promote teamwork, accountability, transparency, mutual respect, and overall client-centered. We have the strategic pillars that are 5: optimize the organization's regulation capacity as well as enforcement, customer focus, stakeholder management and collaboration, and financial sustainability. We then have 3 programs, that is administration and governance, regulation and certification services, proactive and relevant built environment interventions. Those 3 programs are further expanded by indicating the planned strategic initiatives that we want to do, along with administration and governance, we're looking at the human capital management strategy, performance management systems, risk management framework, supply chain management strategy, revenue strategy, staff training and development, communications and stakeholder engagement plan, as well as the financial sustainability. And these are all within the administration and governance. In as far as the regulations and certification services, Chairperson, we're looking at the sustainable infrastructure investments and infrastructure delivery, thereby ensuring that there is the regulation capacity and enforcement, implementation of the quality management systems, review of the ASA Act, Chairperson, which is one of the issues that we want to achieve in this from this current financial year, and the implementation of enforcement strategy, and the development, review and the development of performance criteria for certification process and compliance framework. In as far as under proactive and relevant built environment interventions, develop a strategy for eco-ASA and the government sustainable building rating tool. These are the key areas that we are looking at. The collaborations with the academia or academic institutions, partnerships with national provincial departments, South African Bureau of Standards, SANDRAL, as well as the other technical institutions, develop and review the current performance criteria. I think it's a duplication here, Chairperson. Review and update the certification process. These are the strategic initiatives that we want to pursue during this 5-year strategy. We further align, make sure that we align our strategic pillars with the programs as well as the ASA outcomes and department's outcome. And where we actually mentioned that in as far as the optimization of the organizations, we linked that with the administration and governance, then further linked with the optimization of organizations and with the department, it's a resilient, ethical, capable public works sector. In as far as the regulation capacity and enforcement, including customer focus and stakeholder engagement, we link that with the regulation and certification services, improve certification services, and then sustainable infrastructure investments and infrastructure delivery. And the same applies with the proactive and relevant built environment interventions is linked to the stakeholder management, collaboration, financial sustainability, customer. It lead to transformed built environments and then transformed professional built environments. That's how we link both. And in terms of our strategic focus, we looked at the situational analysis as we craft this strategy, where we actually saying we are operating in a dynamic external environment influenced by economic conditions, industry trends, regulatory framework, employment challenges, environmental considerations, and which are now, these are influenced by the macroeconomic conditions, the state of the built environment industry, and particularly the construction sector, as we all know. Government policies and regulations promoting the transformation and economic inclusion affect ASA's mandate. Environmental issues, including the climate change, resource management, sustainable developments, are increasingly important, and ASA integrate environmental sustainability into its project focus and as far as the green construction practices and reduces the risk. We looked at the pestle analysis in terms of how we are impacted by the outside factors, which we all know that there's a new government policies, political uncertainty, geopolitical factors, and also political buy-in. In as far as the economics is concerned, the fiscal constraints, which is all us, the government grants cut, as well as the inflations, socially, technology, where we're looking at innovations in construction, cybersecurity, which is a serious matter, and technological redundancy. And as far as the environment is concerned, reducing carbon footprint, climate change, and water shortage. Legally, it's the review of the acts where we're looking at ASA Act, looking at the voluntary versus mandatory, and the procurement as far as the PFMA is concerned, and the environmental legislation such as NEMA. In our internal situation analysis, we looked at the analysis around the agreement setups where we only got 33 positions. And we also look at the grant allocations, which in the previous financial year, at the time when we craft this, it was 31.6 million, which the increments, when we look at the projections, was 4, which was less than 5% at the time. And we had office in Hatfield, and however, the pressing issues that we don't have a test site and a laboratory. There are further investment advancements that we have made in as far as the test site is concerned, as we're looking to engage with, to partner with SABS, as they do have sites. It's a question of going to see in terms of the suitability. And we rely on external experts to assist with technical assessments. And we actually unpack the thought analysis in terms of the opportunities that we are facing based on our strengths, and also the weaknesses that we have based on then that led to a threat, which it can be an opportunity. And we indicated in terms of the strengths, the shared visions, the skills, unqualified audit opinion, young and committed workforce. In as far as opportunities is concerned, is that the policy influence, multi-sectoral stakeholders, the re-engineering of our funding model, which is a key in ensuring financial sustainability, and investment partnership, as well as the review of the act that will assist in terms of mitigating those risks. And as far as the weaknesses is concerned, limited resource with heavy reliance on government funding, unsustainable funding model, understaffing in critical areas. And in as far as the threat is concerned, political instability, limited research and innovation capacity, decline in the number of applications, cutting of the government funding, the engineering 4.0. It's some of the threats that we are facing. As an organization, we have challenges such as insufficient budget allocations, lack of test sites and laboratories, and also looking at lack of SANA's accredited laboratory to test systems and products, reliance on outsourcing of technical experts, the sourcing of qualified and experienced technical experts to review and develop performance criteria, limited human resources in terms of the support staff to execute the mandate, lack of enforcement and regulation strategy due to gaps in the ASA Act, lack of digitized and automated business process. We have a key strategic projects that we are embarking on, the review of the ASA Act to be a mandatory, acquire testing sites and lab to ensure compliance with the requirements of technical assessments, implement eco-labeling schemes, implement a government sustainable building rating tool to assist in the rating of public and private sector office buildings, implementation of the ISO 17005 to improve compliance with the existing prescripts and process efficiency, and develop a financial sustainability model for us. These are the 5-year strategy. Chairperson, in terms of measuring our performance, we are looking at how we're going to measure the performance in terms of the outcome and the outcome indicators, where we have a baseline, or if it's a new indicators, and over the 4 years, 5 years. In terms of the optimizations of the organizations, we're looking at the implementation of corporate service strategies and the financial sustainability, which are fairly new and for 100%. That is under program 1. However, under program 2, in terms of the regulation and certification process, we're looking at the amendment of the Act, the innovation building system certified by ASA, as well as the application accepted for assessments. In as far as the innovative building, number of innovative building products and systems, we've got the baseline 207, and we're looking at 277 going forward. And in as far as the applications accepted, it's a new indicator. We're looking at 80%. In terms of the transform the built environment, we are looking at the percentage of the designated groups registered as a certificate holder and licensee. It's a new indicator. We are looking at 5%. And also the job and employment created in the construction industry. This is by using the certified products and systems. It's a new indicator. We're looking at 5. In terms of the eco-labeling programs, this is the declaring that the building materials and products are environmental friendly. We're looking at 100%. It's a new indicator. In terms of the government sustainable green building rating tool implemented, we're looking at 100% over the 5 year. In terms of the annual performance plan for 2025-2026, which is this current financial year, we under optimizations, we are looking at the percentage of trainings in line with an approved training plans, 80% over the medium-term expenditure framework. Employee satisfaction index, it's a fairly new indicator. We're looking at 80% of the implementation. And the employee turnover rate, we are currently, in terms of the plan in the previous year, it was 10, but however, we're looking at 5% over the medium-term expenditure framework. In terms of the vacancy rate, we are looking at the 10% across the medium-term framework. The percentage of approved ICT implementation road plan, it's a new indicator. We're looking at 20%, 50 at the incremental over the medium-term framework. Percentage of enterprise architect experience exercise implemented, we're looking at, it's a new indicator, we're looking at 10% for during the medium-term expenditure framework. Sustainable and well-resourced organizations, that's the percentage of the own revenue generated. We're looking at the 10% over the medium-term expenditure framework. In terms of financial viability, we are looking at 2 to 1. In other words, every 2 rand that we have in terms of the debtors, or we should be having 1 rand to pay for our suppliers so that we're left with 1. Those are the ratios that we're looking for during the medium-term expenditure framework. In as far as the payment of an invoice, we're looking at 100% payment of the approved invoices. Under the regulations, capacity and enforcements, the percentage of phase 1 of the review of the ASA Act, we're looking at new indicator, 100% across. And in as far as the number of agreement certificates issued, we're looking at 15 across currently, or what has been estimated, it has been 14. The percentage of certificates amended as and when received, it's a new indicator. We're looking at 80% across the medium-term framework. In terms of the percentage of the quality and compliance inspection conducted, we're looking at 80% incremental to 97 across the medium framework. In terms of the percentage of validity reviews conducted for validity of valid issued certificates at the baseline of 50, we're looking at 70, 90, 95 going forward. In terms of the transformed built environment, we're looking at the training provided to the designated groupings, which is a new indicator, but we're aiming at 4 per annum. And in terms of the exhibitions to continue to improve visibility, we're looking at 4 on the baseline of 4, we're looking at 4 per annum going forward. The number of stakeholder engagements, new indicator, baseline, we're looking at 1 per annum. In terms of the number of certificates holder workshop conducted to improve customer relation, we're looking at 1 workshop per annum. In terms of under transform built environments, we're looking at the number of memorandum of understanding that we sign with the strategic partners, and we are at a baseline of 2, but we're looking at signing 4 per annum going forward. Number of customer satisfaction survey conducted, we have baseline of 4 as an estimate, but we're looking at 2 going forward. Number of market usage analysis reports that inform us in terms of how the product works, how it's accepted by the community and the usage thereof, and whether it generates enough revenue for the innovators. We're looking at 4 to baseline of 4. We're looking at 4 reports per annum going forward. In terms of the percentage of phase 1 of the eco-labeling program implemented, it's a new indicator. We're looking at 100% implementation. And lastly, looking at the percentage of phase 1 of the government sustainable building rating tool being implemented, it's a new indicator. We're looking at 100% implementation. We are always, as a risk-based organization, we're looking at the risk that may affect our strategic initiatives and the activity thereof. Under optimized organizations, the risk being employee turnover, the inability to attract and retain technical expertise. This, it's the cost, it's budget constraints, poor organizational culture. We will need to mitigate that by implementing the human capital management strategy. Inadequate funded mandate, inability to execute other mandate, lack of support by the departments to implement financial sustainability strategy. In terms of the business resilience, whereby we may not be able to recover or prevent cybersecurity threats, inability of ICT infrastructure, and to implement the ICT strategy. In terms of the compliance failure, the non-adherence to legal and regulatory requirements, inconsistent application of internal controls, lack of knowledge of reporting requirements, forward stretch standards, and we will implement and monitor the compliance framework. Under the improved certification services, the risk that we're likely to face is that the reduction in the updates of the certificates, which could be the lack of support for certificate holders. The likely cause are lengthy certificate process, quality of the certificate, inadequate project management and execution. We'll have to streamline and automate the process, the certification process. Outdated performance criteria, ineffective and inefficient performance criteria, lack of implementation of internal controls. We'll need to look at regular reviews of performance criteria policies and procedures to ensure relevance. In terms of inadequate resources to climate change, inability to meet the relevant mitigations measures to address climate change, lack of knowledge and design adoption of climate change mitigation strategies, introducing new criteria to respond to climate change, introducing life cycle costing climate financing. Lastly, in terms of the risk strategies areas under transform built environment, lack of application for certifications by the designated groups, inability to attract new innovators, causes could be inadequate marketing initiatives and economic downturn. How are we going to mitigate this? Conduct awareness with designated groups, explore partnership with potential sponsors, i.e. Innovations Hub, to fund the certifications. Lack of influence in the built environment, certifications of ASA, it's voluntary. Inability to make ASA certification mandatory in the built environment, gaps in the Act, and this can be addressed by reviewing the ASA Act. Increased usage of uncertified innovative building products and systems. This could be, the description is that the use of uncertified innovative building products and systems, the cost is no mandatory regulations, the mitigations is review the Act to be a mandatory. Chairperson, from here, we are now looking at the expenditure trends, which is a financial section of the presentation. I'll then, through you, Chairperson, ask the CFO to take us through the finance and the budget before we can end the presentation. CFO.
Thank you so much. Yes, you can continue presenting. Thank you so much. I think in terms of the allocation in the current financial year, we have an allocation of 37 million, growing by a rate of 5% over the MTF period, which is split between the three programs that we have within the organization, being the administration and governance, regulation and certification, and the proactive and relevant built environment. I think we can go to the next slide, CEO. Thanks. And then in terms of the breakdown of how the expenses or the budget is split, I think the main areas where we spend our funds, the allocated funds, which are generated through our administrative fees, which is mainly annual fees and project fees, where we charge clients for the certification of our products and for quality reviews and validity reviews of our certificate holders. And then we also raise some interest in terms of the funds that we would own, in terms of the allocation that we would have received through our cash flow management processes. And then the transfers received, just to make a minor correction on the transfers received in 25-26, it's supposed to be 33,166 instead of 37,764. That's just a minor correction right there. And then in terms of the expenses, we split mainly between our compensation of employees and goods and services. Just to reiterate the point the CEO touched on in terms of our inability to invest in any capital projects due to this limited fund, and being one of those being the test site, which is something that will be key in also assisting us to generate some revenue. I think I've covered everything that would be significant in terms of the MTF period. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Thanks, CEO.
CFO. Thank you, CFO. And yes, Chairperson, that's the end of our presentation. As you can see, we're not budgeting any loss or surplus, but we hope to make surplus so as to cover our expenditure. Not sure if the Chairperson of Agrément would want to have a few words after this, or otherwise over to you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members. There is the presentation. The chairperson of Agrément will get in on the time of responses. Raji.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you to the presenters from Agrément SA. I just want to raise some of the areas of concern, and I also want to make some suggestions. The first, Chairperson, is that Agrément SA relies almost entirely on treasury allocations. In other words, 90% of Agrément SA's budget depends on the monies that we allocate to ASA. The suggestion I'd like to make is that we should be finding alternative means of income. You cannot rely entirely on government funding when you can introduce performance-based incentives, new revenue streams like certification fees, consulting, and training. Chairperson, the other area that I found in this report, I find that there's no internal testing facilities. You know, ASA, it lacks SANAS accredited labs and technical infrastructure, which delays delivery and undermines credibility. The suggestion would be to fast-track partnerships to establish regional training testing hubs that will be co-funded by private sector and donors. The idea is that we need to lever private sector funding and not rely entirely on government funding. Chairperson, the other area of weakness that I found in the report is that there's weak job creation and transformation targets. If you look, there's only 5% target for transformation and job creation. And this is really an high employment space. There's plenty of opportunities. What I want to recommend is that higher targets, for example, 25% by 2027 should be set, and link certification to empowerment credentials. Then, Chairperson, there's a lack of mandatory certification power. The certification remains voluntary. It's enabling unsafe or uncertified materials in major projects. So what has happened now is that it's only those entities that want to get certification, only they will use the services. The rest, they're just out there in the market. We don't know. It should be made compulsory that any material that is found in the South African market must be ASA certified. So the ASA Act needs to be amended urgently to mandate certification in public and large-scale projects. There also seems to be an over-ambitious strategy versus capacity. There's too many initiatives for just 33 staff and limited funds. The suggestion would be to prioritize 3 or 4 flagship initiatives and focus resources there. Chairperson, there's outdated performance expectations. There's only 15 certificates annually undermines innovation goals. So what we should be doing is increasing targets progressively and streamlining the certification processes. In terms of digital infrastructure, it's poor. The ICT strategy rollout is minimal. It's only 20% in the 25-26 financial years. The suggestion would be, Chair, that we adopt a cost-effective cloud solutions and seek transformation grants. That would be far better approach. And finally, Chairperson, there's limited geographical reach. If you look at what ASA relies on right now, it's only one office in Pretoria, and this limits national access. What should happen is it should establish regional outreach through co-location with the Department of Public Works or local municipalities. Perhaps what ASA needs to do is start to work with municipalities and start to create local offices within, starting off with the major metros throughout the country. Chairperson, finally, and I don't want to come back, I think once I'm done, I'm done. As a party, we cannot support the APP in its current form because ASA lacks the scale, the structure, and the ambition needed to revolutionize the built environment sector. Instead of being a driver of innovation, it seeks becoming a bureaucratic bottleneck. South Africans deserve an entity that not only certifies materials, but also certifies progress. I thank you, Chairperson, and I'll listen to the response.
I saw a hand, okay. There's Honorable Letlapi, then Lelange, you'll follow. Members, I'm requesting you to raise your hand so that I must not just waste time of coming back and calling again. Are you sure you don't wanna question? Bath, you're too quiet today. Is Bath in the meeting?
Yes, Chairperson, I am here. Thank you for recognizing me. I'm quite happy to wait for the other 2 entities. We spent lots of time on IDT and Agrément, so I'm happy to wait for now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Kobe, Litlape, then Lelange, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my issue is just the cybersecurity issue of Agrément SA. It looks to me as though the entire department has ICT issues and cybersecurity being one of the weaknesses. I don't know if the department maybe needs to sit down and maybe collaborate and ensure that they ring-fence funds and deal specifically with the challenges of ICT within the entire department and its entities. And also just one more one more input from me, Chair, is I think Agrément SA is just content with just existing. I mean, one of the weaknesses that they mentioned is that they are highly dependent on the Department for Funds and Sustainability, and that's not sustainable. But we have spoken to Agrément SA to say that it must find ways to collaborate with other departments, particularly human settlements, so that it is able to trade with the innovations that they have, that the department can use, and also ensure that there's financial stability in that regard. I think that Agrément SA it's just complacent, Chair, and it's very, very worrying. There's nothing inspiring in their presentation, and I think that they need to relook at ways in which they really can be drivers of innovation, especially in the built environment spaces. They must open themselves up to innovation because they're not just they are a multiplier effect. They can be a multiply effect and work with multiple industries. I think they've limited themselves far too much, and they need to really start innovating and plugging into built environment spaces. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I'm largely covered. I really just want to emphasize on the issue of voluntary certification that really needs to be urgently dealt with, because it really needs to go through some legislative amendment very urgently, because also in the same breath, we need to also take cognizance of the fact that Agrément, like Honorable Kobe has just said, should be the driver of the build and the build environment. And we are not doing so through Agrément because there's a lot of limitations, but also there's a lot of gaps, legislative gaps in the act itself that limits Agrément in taking charge the sector. But also in the same breath, we also need to aggressively expand support to historically disadvantaged, and make innovation and certification processes more accessible and inclusive. I think we need to look into that. But maybe after this meeting, there must be those submissions that we need to make certification compulsory. It can't be whether or not you want to be certified. The reality is that people who use these products or people who use products in the built environment, we need to take accountability for that. And Agrément needs to really step up on that, in terms of certification, in terms of testing, which then I also get worried with the fact that they don't have a testing lab on their own. And that also speaks to building capacity. Agrément is a state-owned entity, and it needs to show and prove itself. We've got a lot of projects that are done by government, and especially in the build environment, and it should be at the center of it, with approved products, with certified products from Agrément into government. And what we see now, we see service providers still being able to use certain products that are not necessarily from Agrément or certified by Agrément. And I would have wanted to imagine that government, in as much as it is engaged in so many projects, Agrément becomes the center of it in terms of build environment, where we prioritize Agrément's products to be used in government projects, even if you get service providers from outside. But there must be that condition to say, we have got products that are certified, that are tried and tested, and if you were to take on this project, you are to use these particular products. And I think we must be very intentional about that. Otherwise, I don't see any growth in Agrément if we are not going to enforce, or if the act itself is not going to have certain laws that enforces service providers and government itself in starting to utilize Agrément products. So I think we need to look into that. But also urgently, we need to look into those labs and testing centers. I really do not think that what we are doing is sustainable. That in as much as we anticipate Agrément to be such a big entity and to be running the show with regards to products that would be certified by them and tested by them, we would not have a building of our own or would not have facilities of our own that we can continue to do these testings. Another thing that I also want to raise is, I remember when we were in Mthatha for oversight, you'd find that some products of Agrément are tested and are certified, but there seems to be that gap or that research that goes to an extent of getting to understand the climate, these products being able to function in what types of climates, what types of weathers, and what are the reactions to these products and all of that. And maybe we must also have that. We need to have a research team in the entity that comes back and tells us and gives us honestly what are the disadvantages and the advantages of each product, so that when we use these products, people also get to understand that this particular product cannot be used in a coastal area. This particular product cannot be used during these weather conditions and all of that. And that can also improve the satisfactory of customers. That will be able to tell us on whether or not people are satisfied with our products. And as things stand, I know in Mthatha it was very difficult for us to even get confidence that these products can indeed we can actually go out and advocate for them, even with government itself, because of some reactions that we saw in those products themselves. So I think we also need to look into that. But also my other question would be, how is the eco-labeling and government sustainable building rating tool being implemented? And what are the measurable impacts that we have seen with regards to that? But also, Agrément is mostly dependent on grants, on government grants. And these grants are very unreliable also. We also understand how unreliable government can be with giving out money, considering the budget cuts and all of these things. But we also want to talk about financial sustainability. Agrément needs to be sustainable, financially sustainable, and how it can do that is to expand on its mandate, not necessarily go out of its mandate, but really look into the broader picture of what is it that Agrément is capable of doing and what is it that it can do to also sustain itself financially. But also, what are the revenue generating strategies that are being actively implemented now? There are challenges that you have listed here. And I mean, these challenges have been there. We've seen them before. What we would have wanted to see was how you intend on turning these issues around, your key strategic projects. We want to know how and what is it that you're considering when you want to develop a financial sustainability model for Agrément. For instance, we want to know how you are going to, or how you are planning to implement the eco-label scheme. For instance, we want to know how far you are, or what is it that you have done so far to ensure that you acquire these testing sites and labs, so that we also give confidence into compliance of these products, but we also give confidence in terms of the quality and reliability of these products that you are certifying yourselves and giving out to the public to be used. Thanks, Chair.
Delange, Knowles or host, can you reaccept members who are on the waiting room? There are members who their network has kicked them out. Can you please double check that? Delange?
Thank you so much, Chair. Greetings to the leadership of Agrément. I must say, Chair, that since I've been part of this portfolio committee. I'm becoming fond of Agrément, given the importance of work that they are mandated to do. And I fully agree with the other members that have spoken before me that the task at hand on Agrément requires them that they have to up their socks, given the environmental changes as well as the climate change happening in the world, not only in our country, as they focus on our country. As I say that, they have to find a better way to. The gap that I see that they have to work on is the lack of developmental role, in particular on the new innovative solutions. It's an area that they have to work on. Chair. Let me get to a few specific questions. The first one with regards to the non-standardized construction-related products or system, which has been proposed through the mandate of the department. How do they plan to address the matter of increased costs which are required from custom manufacturing? What measures are in place to deal with the maintenance and repairs difficulties, as this usually requires skilled professionals for non-standard systems, which are expensive in remuneration? I've also noticed, Chair, that on Program 2, regulation and certification, there is an allocation of 14.9 million for the financial year 25-26, which is a decrease in nominal terms of 1.6 million. How do they plan to deal with this matter of resources constraints, including skills gaps, which are needed to deal with complex regulations, but with a reduced fiscus? How will they deal with the high costs and the lack of awareness when it comes to implementing the green building rating tools? But generally, as Honorable, the last Honorable member spoken, he said that there is a resistance in terms of acceptance of their products. How they plan to deal with resistance to change? Because for me, where I'm seated, their products are needed, but there is resistance in terms of knowledge in my analysis. Chair, thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Zelange. The chairperson of the board, can you lead in responding? Then you'll hand over to your administration. I see the hand of Ibn San.
Apologies. Yes, I'm the chairperson of the board. Thank you, honorable member, and your team. Thank you. And then, yes, I'll try to respond to some, and then I will also ask the CEO and the CFO to also come in and assist with responding to the rest. The first one, I think it was the geographical reach issue. We have tried that one, and then if honorable members have seen through you, Chair, you have seen the numbers that were presented. We are basically struggling, I think, to keep our head up financially. And then even the when it comes to generating the other revenue, we are basically reliant on other infrastructure building a kind of department of institutions like educations and justice, etc., so that they can have some kind of uptake. Because yes, our certificate holders, if they don't get work, they end up even maybe deregistering the certificate. Then yes, the bit of money that we usually get from certifications is usually quite smaller. But then yes, also looking at something a bit historically, we initially used to be a department of CSIR. And then yes, when we moved across, we end up moved with quite a number of staff, and then most of our financial resources basically end up paying the salaries. And currently, we are trying to come up with a financial model, and it's also not easy looking at the regulatory environment we find ourselves in. And then yes, when it comes to the issue of we have reached out to the department formally and informally regarding the test site, the lab, and also the simulation center. Because yes, if we can start having our own facilities, we will be able to maybe provide access to the historical marginalized people to be able maybe to come and use some of those facilities in order maybe to develop their own innovative technologies, systems, and also maybe building material. But then currently the department has got no capacity to support us financially. And yeah, those are some of the reality that we are stuck with. And then yes, as a regulator, beside collecting maybe fees from your members, you usually have very limited ability to raise money from elsewhere. On the issue of food, increasing our footprint, we have been trying to reach out to our sister organization, our sister entities like CIDB, so that we might end up having maybe some kind of a desk provincially wherever they have offices, or either IDT or public works or so. But then in doing so, we also need to have some kind of money to try to improve our revenue. Hopefully, maybe that will happen over the next financial year or two, as we try maybe to find other ways to increase our revenue. But yes, when it comes to issues like the lab, the simulation center, the testing center, for now the executive are quite clear. The government doesn't have money; they won't be able to assist us. Chairperson, I will ask the CFO and the CEO to try maybe to answer the rest of the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, Honorable Kobe, regarding the contents of just surviving, and why not engage with the Department of Human Settlement? Chairperson, we are working with the Department of Human Settlement nationally as well as the provincially in the Eastern Cape. And we even met in this current financial year, we met with the portfolio committee of the Department of Human Settlement because we've got a strong partnership with them. We even have a MOU with the Departments of Human Settlement in the Eastern Cape. We work closely with the National Department because they also specify in their policy to say they want to address the backlog in housing using alternative build technology, which is what is being certified by Agrément. They do have an entity in the name of NHBRC. NHBRC is using, if the houses that they are looking at, if they are using the Agrément certified, they continue to do the inspections, and we are in the process to engage with them in terms of looking at the enrollment fee. That will be another leg of the revenue streams, to look at the enrollment fee of the housing. Why? Because whenever they do the inspections in those houses, if they find that there's non-conformance with the conditions of certifications, they will call us to go and do the inspections. But that inspections or investigations, it's not necessarily covered in our little revenue or grants that we receive, which now adds more pressure on us. So we want to have some kind of a revenue sharing model with NHBRC to address in case they are issues of investigation. So we are covered. We're not overexposed, because it's our responsibility as ASA to conduct the investigation if there is non-conformance, which is a key. So with the human settlement, we are really working very closely together. And we also recently, in terms of which in turn will increase the revenue streams, we approached the department. We presented the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in April, and in our quarterly report, and they said we need to submit a proposal in terms of how can the department use certified products and systems that are certified by ASA. And we submitted that proposal. We still had to formally engage with the departments in terms of that proposal, because it will then call upon certifiers or innovators to use or to apply, because the department will specify in their specification committee in terms of the specification that it must be ASA certified product, whether it's a paint or whatever product that will be used. Then it will stimulate demands. There will be more demand, and there will be more licensees wanting to contract with the certificate holders. In return, this will increase the demand, will then create employment, and there will be business in the innovators and so forth. So these are some of the revenue streams that we are looking at, and to engage with the department, because we want the department to be just like the Department of Human Settlement, to specify in whatever tenders that they are issuing, whether it's a maintenance or what, to say for maintenance, a certain percentage must be allocated to Agrément certified products and material, so that in that way we will stimulate demands, and it will create employment, and in return we will get more certificate holders or licensee, and it will increase our revenue. And indeed, with the Honorable Leta, regarding the voluntary versus certification, that has actually, it was at the start. We all recall that our ASA Act, it started in 2015 and operationally in 2017. It was courageous. It was just to encourage people to go through this. And 8 years now down the line, we've got the approval from the department that we need to review the current legislation. That is the current act, which is almost 8 years now. And we will be starting the process to swiftly review the act, so as it can address the issue of voluntary, to turn from voluntary to be mandatory. This will mitigate the risk that we are exposed now, because any innovators can bring any product from anywhere and be used in our communities, in our areas, and everywhere. And there is no mandatory requirements that products must be certified by ASA before it can be implemented the whole country. It's important. It's a very crucial element in terms of how we can mitigate the risks and how we can ensure that we are able to regulate what is happening. And it must be important that we're not necessarily going to stifle the markets and so forth, but we are saying, because of our mandate is to mitigate the risks exposed by the policy maker, it's important that that is underlined so we can mitigate the risk. And I thought it's very crucial. So it will close the gap that is there. The legislation, we all know that it might likely to take long, and we want to expedite this, the review of the act together with the department. And we got the steering committee that is together with the Department of Human Settlement, National, and the Department of Public Works and ourselves. We are working on this because we are partners on this. And that's why we said we work closely with the National Department of Human Settlement. So we've got this steering committee that is looking at the review of the act, which we want to expedite. And in terms of then it will be compulsory, but for us to run, it needs to be expedited as soon as possible, as this is likely to take long. In terms of the testing and so forth, as we are fostering the partnership, we met with the SABS in terms of exploring the partnership, in terms of using the labs. There are labs which are majority are not SANAS accredited. We'll want to work with them to ensure that those labs are accredited so that we can use them. And that they also indicated in our meeting to say they've got a site that we are going to view by next week. We're going to view the site next week at SABS to see if we can use that as a test site. We have engaged with the department, but it's a long process with the departments where they showed us a plot in Midrand, which it will take another 2 years just to prepare it. And however, they were told that there's another site opposite Deco at Zoolspansberg that it was used as a workshop. And that's what we are actually wanted to engage the minister in terms of that side. But while we are working on the partnership, we got this information from the SABS that are able to accommodate us. And we want to prioritize this as soon as possible, because currently we're facing risks in terms of certifying building systems that we don't have a prototype, and we allow them to build in their respective factory, which is not enough. We want to keep history and records in terms of what is actually being done. And this will go a long way to address some of the risks that we are currently exposed. In terms of the climate change and weather, we are reviewing our performance criteria to include issues of climate change. And that is the process that will ensure that our performance criteria remain relevant and it's updated. And indeed, we'll have availed the research and the development team to further articulate and engage with directly with the portfolio committee in terms of how we can address those certificates to indicate those certified products and systems, where are they applicable weather-wise, and and also the resilience that it will address in terms of the extreme weather that we are experiencing here in Eastern Cape, as well as the KwaZulu-Natal. And in terms of how are they implemented this ECOASA and the government sustainable building rating tool, we started the process to appoint a service provider to assist us with the configuration of a government sustainable building rating tool. However, the tender process had other issues that we have recalled it, and we are engaging with the green building unit within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to restart the process, where we'll do the specification with them, and so that when we go out there, it addresses all the issues that it was raised. So it's part of the implementation. We had a meeting with them this month, and there is a follow-up meeting, so that will lead to us going out to look for a service provider to implement this, because this will go a long way in terms of addressing the issue of climate change, environmental friendly building materials, and the limitation of wastage in terms of water, energy efficiency, resources, and so forth. And that's how we want to implement this. It will be the tool that will be owned by the department. We will be administering it in terms of the certifications, because these buildings now will be allocated the rating that will continue to administer in terms of the certifications. In terms of the ECO-ASA, we have started the process. We got a service provider because this is a niche market, is fairly new. We got a service provider that is assisting us to assess. We have received 2 applications that we are currently assessing so as it can, their products will be environmentally friendly and they will be labeled as such. We had 2 initially before we got a service provider because we didn't have, but they had to move, said they are going overseas. They were looking at Europe where they are going to use that because in Europe they require the certification of eco-labeling. But then we will continue to engage with them to come back because our processes are on par with the Europe. But it's the way we took some time to get the service provider to assist us with the assessments. But currently we got a service provider that is assisting us with the assessments, which we are moving, and we'll start to accredit or label those building products and materials. Yes, in terms of the grants, grants are not adequate to cover our whole expense, and we concur with the members' observation of 90%, but we are working on it in terms of the revenue model, in terms of the revenue streams to address that. We have also put it in our plan to confirm and show that we want to start to be serious. We're starting at 10%. We actually want to outperform that 10% by engaging on these various initiatives that will assist us to be financially sustainable. And in terms of the implementation of the sustainability strategy and revenue, the CFO will be taking us through that. And in terms of the other Honorable Lang, if I mentioned the issue of the programs, the CFO will be addressing around the budget issue around that, and measures of dealing with maintenance. And part of the proposal that we submitted to the department is that the department should be specifying that in dealing with the government buildings, the repair and maintenance, they should be using the ASA certified products and systems to address this. That on its own, it will make sure that there is an increase in terms of the innovators. There will be an increase in the usage of Agrément. Then it will further assist in terms of dealing with the social acceptance aspect of our innovative products and systems, because it must start with the departments taking the lead in saying these innovative products are safe to use and have been tested by impartial entity, which is Agrément South Africa. Until we do that, no other department will want to start that process, because it must start with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. The Department of Human Settlement have already taken the lead and are at an advanced stage in terms of ensuring that we use the building systems to address the needs that is actually on the backlog. And I'm not sure if I might have left or the lack of awareness in in this government sustainable building rating tool. Yes, we're starting the process, and part of our engagement with the key stakeholders in this awareness, it's one, we started we had the engagement with the key stakeholders in February this year. We are now scheduled to have one in Western Cape, which is starting tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow we will be in UCT to engage with the forum in terms of the awareness, in terms of the strategy. We have crafted innovation strategy in terms of identifying what is there in the market, what is not there in the market, or what influence can Agrément has in terms of the innovative products and systems and all those. That will then be followed by the main one that is scheduled on Friday in terms of the engagement. And this is the initiative that we are doing in as far as the awareness is concerned. And from here on tomorrow's event, it will shape in terms of how we move ahead in terms of creating awareness, getting everyone involved in terms of what Agrément does, what are the benefits of using Agrément products, and where can we find Agrément products everywhere. And Chairperson, I think I've addressed some. If I left out, we'll still be responding in terms of the written response, but then I will then allow the CFO to take us through the financial part of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think from regarding the revenue generation strategy that we have at the moment, what we are implementing at the moment is mainly based on what the act allows us to do. I think it's been touched a lot that it's a voluntary, the certification. What we're charging is certification fees. We charge what we call annual fees after a certificate is issued to a certificate holder. We also charge what we have validity reviews after 3 years. If a certificate holder requires to maintain the certificate, we go out and validate the certificate if it's still valid over 3 years. If nothing has changed, if there are changes, we assess whether it still meets the criteria as previously approved, or the new changes are also acceptable, where we charge fees for the resources that we allocate to the project. Also with quality reviews, where certificate holders are audited annually to confirm that they are complying with the approved standards, where we recover the cost of employees involved in the project and also the travel costs related to the project. And as far as the issue of the professionals that we need to complete the certification, that cost in the meantime, Chairperson, has been, we transfer that to the client, where we source the professionals. The same applies with where we need test sites. We source the test site, and then we transfer the cost over to the client, which then also has an impact on one of the comments that were raised by the honorable member around the development of those that are previously disadvantaged. We're looking at our budget as well. There's limitations in terms of us being able to cover the cost of those professionals that are required to validate some of this applications that come through to the organization. And in terms of the issue around the allocation as we go into the medium to the outer year of the medium term framework into 27, 28 on the program 2 and 3, there's a bit of a reallocation between the programs, considering also the drive from the organization with the intention to intensify into the research and the research side of the organization, where we needed to allocate more funds into the program 3, which is the proactive and built environment side of things, where we had to move some funds into that, noting that in terms of program 2, most of the costs are transferred to the clients, and we cover the cost through the invoicing of the clients for the work that is done by external parties that are involved in the process. And we also recover the cost of employees that are involved in the project on a basis of the time allocation. And in the meantime, we are scheduled to finalize our revenue and sustainability strategy. We've already started engagements with our board, and I think it's up for finalization in the coming quarter, where we just addressing some of the concerns and issues which with the approval that comes for the review of the act. I think we're there to some of the charges and some of the levies that we would like to see her being charged, and as a regulation, we will have to raise that as amendments and propose those amendments into the act and have inputs on that, so that it can assist us with the raising the revenue. Thank you, Chair.
Are you done in terms of responses? Members, do you have follow-up? This, do you have a follow-up? Are you satisfied?
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, in the absence of no follow-up, I'll then want to take this opportunity and appreciate Agrément with their delegation and release them and go to the next entity. and do your presentation. Let me double check my agenda.
It's the CIDB, Chair.
Bongani, you can take over, start by introducing as you requested. Then you do presentation. Now it's 12:43. I believe you can do that within 15 minutes. And the 5 minutes of introduction by 10 past or 10 past you must be done.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to yourself and to all the committee members. May I request that all the representatives from the CIDB turn on their cameras and as I say your name to wave to the committee so they can easily identify you. Chairperson, in this particular meeting, we are led by our board chairperson, Mr. Khulile Nzo, who has joined. We also have Mr. Khulile, if you can just wave to the committee.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the portfolio members. Thank you.
We also have the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Sfiso Nsibande, who can you unmute your face? Well, not unmute your face.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and the members of the committee, and good afternoon, CEO of the CIDB. I'm just having issues with my camera, but I'll turn on the gadget for now, sir.
Thank you. And then also from my office, we have Mr. Ibrahim Mola, who is the director in my office. And then we also have Mr. Mlaifa Matoho, who is our Director of Strategic Planning and is also supported by our Intergovernmental Relations Specialist, Toli and Lebo, Chairperson. With your permission, Chairperson, the Chair would like to make opening remarks and then I will go through the rest of the presentation, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Fine.
Thank you, Chair. Without further ado, Chair, in the interest of time, let me get on to our submission today. Firstly, we are pleased to present the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure, our 5-year strategic plan covering the next 5 years, Chair, together with the first implementation plan of the 2025-2030 medium-term development plan period. Chair, the CIDB has aligned its 5-year strategic trajectory to the medium-term development plan priorities and its sector and organizational policy mix, including working with the partners to implement, Chair, one of our most important programs, which is the CIDB Build program, and with that to drive development through the CIDB National State Contractor Development Framework. The organization has geared itself, Chair, to implement the 5-year review report recommendations. As you would know, they were conducted by the Department of Public Works earlier this year, and the recommendations were handed to us in February. So we are paying particular focus on those recommendations and infuse that with our 5-year strategic plan. The CIDB's contribution to the development of the construction industry will be enhanced to the CIB Amendment Act, Chair, which you know was published for comments in May 2024. That process is still ongoing. The CIDB continues to operate within a financially constrained environment, Chair. Hence, our focus would be on the strategic outcomes, is on ensuring organizational sustainability, which is a key for us. More concerted efforts, Chair, further to that, will be made towards effective delivery against the CIDB mandate. And this will include implement initiatives to improve compliance to CIDB legislation and, most importantly, Chair, to client departments as much as it pertains to the contractors as well. Exploring technological advancement for the industry competitiveness and development, and driving industry regulation, Chair. The CIDB strategic plan is anchored against 2 key result areas: a high-performing and sustainable construction industry that is developmental and drives transformation, Chairperson, as well as a CIDB that is well-governed and can sustain its operations. Over the next 5 years, the CIDB will accelerate the implementation of the Build program, strengthen its stakeholder relations and impact thereof on its mandate, deepen deepen its focus on industry development as well as regulation. Chair, as you might be aware, that already the CIDB has handed over to its partner, CIDFA, who administers the funds in our build fund. And we've handed over this year, or in March, 100 million rands, of which CIFA will match the same funding, which means that we have 200 million rands in cash available for the support of our contractors. Our target is to target 1,000 contractors to be assessed in terms of competency assessment, assessment of prior learning, and 200 contractors for construction management system training and certification. With the funding being available, Chair, sitting with CIFA, this is all work in progress. CIDB is expanding the work through the Centers of Excellence as well, Chair, established with the Wits University and the UJ. Focus on industry research and support of postgraduate students' research. Research focus on infrastructure delivery, maintenance, digitalization and digitization, construction, employability, risk management, and just as an update on this, we have now had 52 honors graduates that have completed, 12 completed with PhDs, and 3 postgraduate doctoral fellows returned. So, Chair, those are that's our outlook in a simple form for the next 5 years, and those are the areas that we want to focus on going forward to ensure that CIDB remains a relevant entity and also to stick within our mandate. I'll allow the CEO, Chair, in the interest of time, to continue through you, Chair.
CEO, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you for that opening, Chairperson. Today, Chairperson, we will, also in the interest of time, but we are quite happy to go to any part of the presentation in greater details should the members want to make input or give us guidance on those. Chairperson, our mandate, Chairperson, which we are building our strategy, our 5-year strategy on, is one to strategically lead the construction industry, and the important part being leading it, not following what others are doing, and also ensuring that there is a sustainable growth that is inclusive. What the committee has raised in the past before is around performance improvement of the industry, to say we must also play greater details to that, and then also provide a systematic methods for monitoring and regulating performance in the industry. That's what the next 5 years really is going to focus on, and our APP, we hope that it lives up to that guidance that we are provided also by the committee. So our new vision as a CIDB that is being proposed is to a vision of a dynamic construction industry that ensures sustainability. And sustainability is important in our case because of some of the socio-economic challenges that construction ought to solve as part of infrastructure delivery. And our mission is to lead the industry, the South African construction industry, for improved socio-economic development, for a better quality of life for all. And we want, and again, we hope that, as was issues that was raised before by the committees around service excellence when people interact with us, ethical conduct in the construction industry, also being an unquestioned authority in terms of being the appropriate authority in terms of the construction industry, and collaborate with others, and committed to the mission and the vision that is being presented. Our structure, Chairperson, for the next 5 years, we anticipated, unless there are additional comments, looking like this, where we have the Office of the CEO that provides the strategic day-to-day management of that, with accounting to the board, which is the accounting authority. And then we have our functional operations that will deal with our core deliverables around knowledge generation, research and development, construction industry performance, corporate services that supports the rest of the business with the human resources, legal, facilities management, and others, and a dedicated ICT unit that will lead the charge on digital transformation, both for the CIDB as a corporate, but also at the industry offerings that we had. And then we have a PFMA requirement also of a finance unit that will ensure that the money that we spend, it is spent with value for money and appropriately. Our structure is currently going under review to align with the new strategy strategy, but we don't anticipate significant changes, with the exception of strengthening the new areas, as was also indicated in our previous discussions with the committee. When we look at what we summarize as our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and I'll highlight just a few, Chairperson. Knowledge generation is quite a very strong point for us, and also using a collaborative approach where through the centers of excellence, and we are establishing a third one that will focus purely on historically disadvantaged universities, because they also require the same type of research access and support that the CIDB has been offering to Witwatersrand and the UJ. But we use both internal research that is conducted by our researchers here at the CIDB, some by staff members, as through the bursary programs, we also ensure that the topics are relevant to the CIDB. Our guiding instruments in terms of procurement and development, I think, are the authoritative documents when it comes to the procurement in the construction industry, and then the regulatory prescripts also are quite widely used, and we have fine expression in a lot of the tenders that go out. Stakeholder management, we see it as a strength because I think we collaborate effectively, including with the department and many other departments, including with the portfolio committee, with the extensive support that it has provided to the contractors and the CIDB. Sound corporate governance, which is evidenced also in our the audit outcomes that we've received over the past 3 years, were significant improvements, and others. Resource efficiently, we've been able to also use our resources quite well, also accumulating assets in the previous MTEF, including buildings, IT equipments, and many others that make running the CIDB cheaper and more sustainable, which also allows us to extend support to entities, other entities, as and when required. The weaknesses that we want to capitalize, to ensure on, as a CIDB, as a corporate, around digitalization is quite successful, but we want to extend that to the industry as a whole, where online tendering becomes a norm. We reduce the cost of doing business for our contractors. And also the second aspect that we need to ensure that we improve on are the issues around enforcement to contractor development programs, the build initiatives, and others that are being raised. So we are building up strong capacity, continuing strong capacity in that areas. And then also organizational development, because we are a relatively small entity with a significant mandate, so we actually need to ensure a proper culture of high performance. Around opportunities, as the board chairperson has indicated, we need to scale up the build program because its full potential can be truly transformative for the construction industry. So that's the first part. Accelerate the path to the CIDB Act Amendment Bill, Act being passed into law, which will enable us to combine both the private sector and the public sector under one construction industry. And then also we need to continue position CIDB as an industry leader, continue working at alternative revenue streams that we had started out in the previous 5 years, so that we are not as much of a drain to the fiscus. Luckily, our income now, it's actually less than 40%. Actually now is from the fiscus, and then also continue our work around future technologies in the construction industry. Threats to the CIDB, if the culture of non-compliance, especially by government departments, continues, especially around the developmental initiatives, that will severely compromise the CIDB. All of us are concerned about the fiscal constraints within the government, so that part is also noted. And then also the part of the reason why the amendments on the Act, there were limitations that were making it very expensive to chase transgressors in the construction industry, and also made some aspects of development optional. And then the impact of the procurement bill and the regulations thereof, as much as we are collaborating with National Treasury, but we also need to ensure that it does not create unintended consequences to the construction industry. The increased crime, violence, and extortion on construction sites, fraud and collusion are also a threat to the sustainability of the industry, but we are working on an action plan with 5 key themes around that, working with Treasury and others. And then the slow pace of rollout on projects is also a threat to a sustainable construction industry. Our strategy is also based to just highlight why we've chosen the few catalytic actions as targets. It's against this backdrop where about less than 20% of our construction companies between grades 2 and 9 are grade 7, 8, and 9. But the majority of the work, over 60% of the expenditure, happens on that. Hence, you will see us having an obsession around transformation in those numbers. The battle on transformation, I think, Chairperson, we are getting there, but part of having the number of contractors is one side of a coin. The second aspect would be the aspects of having the work go to those contractors. Currently, as we see, Chairperson, nearly 60% of our grade 9 contractors are black-owned, 51% black-owned, and over 30% are now women-owned. So those are the numbers, but our ambitions, as you'll see future on, we have quite higher target. And then 60%, meaning 23 companies, were more than 51% black-owned as of the end of 2023, Chairperson. Expenditure around infrastructure, there are some clients that are doing extremely well in terms of as a group. When we started our strategy of industry capacitation, most of the issues were at the local government, but with the support that local government is receiving in terms of capacitation, there has been a significant increase in how they spend their infrastructure budgets. But we need to go to the next layer, whether it is being spent appropriately, which is part of the actions that we are looking at. But now it's national government departments that we're struggling in terms of expenditure of infrastructure. And non-compliances to tender notices not being recorded as awards are quite significant. And it's an area that we've seen as an area that we need to focus on, because if we don't know which projects are being awarded to who, then we cannot have a proper monitoring and evaluation or interventions to see where the transformation is happening, Chairperson. We grouped our interventions into 4 areas. One, around industry development, which is mainly anchored around the build program, and then industry transformation, which is mainly anchored around how we influence development and procurement to ensure that projects go, as I was saying, transformation from our perspective. You must have the number of contractors that are black-owned being sufficient, but you must also ensure that we match that with the number of projects, so that those businesses are also sustainable and equitable. We will continue with another important pillar, which is industry knowledge capacity through our research outputs, digitalization, industry collaborations and partnerships, and stakeholder management. Because as a regulator, what we've also decided to do is that there are some things that we are not going to make optional, but those things must be based on sound research and well-reasoned policy positions. And then obviously the CIDB itself must be financially viable, and we must also recruit and retain the competent skills that are required, and also ensure that our stakeholders have confidence in how we run our affairs by having also positive audit outcomes. What we want to measure ourselves against in the 5 years. One is the percentage of ownership, as I have indicated. When we're doing the strat, 70% on the index was black-owned. We need to take that to 90% to match the demographics of the country. In terms of also women ownership to at least 35%, youth ownership to 15% over the next 5 years. But that's one part of ensuring the construction industry's transformation But the second aspect is the participation of the targeted groups. We decided to match those goals. We must also ensure that we create a business environment that improves confidence in the construction industry, because when we have high confidence in the construction industry, then you get investments, you get people investing in innovations, employment, and all those kinds of things. So we will also monitor that, continue monitor that, and we work with institutions of higher education and we issue this report annually. We've also decided to also have measures around looking at how stakeholders perceived us when they interact with us, mainly our contractors, because although we might not always give the answer that people want or the grade that people want, but they must still be treated with dignity and respect, and we want to ensure that we can also measure that. The aspects of improving our own revenue generation as opposed to grant, we also having targets around that, and also maintaining a positive audit opinion, Chairperson. That is a part of the high levels of the strat plan. With your permission, Chairperson, I'm going to go to the APP now and the target. We are going to have 7 programs, one being administration and the rest that supports the industry, Chairperson. And the one that we formalized as a separate program because it started as a project. Now the build unit will be a standalone program to ensure that we can have acceleration around its implementation over the next 5 years. And as I've indicated, in terms of our vision and mission, really focusing at taking a leadership role, and we don't make optional that does not need to be optional. And we are going to utilize our financial capacity, human resources, capital, intellectual, and information capabilities to ensure that we can achieve this vision of a dynamic construction industry for sustainability. In terms of the APP target, Chairperson, we have committed to resolving our audit issues that have been raised. And then also we continue under program 1, which is housekeeping for us. Also the issues around board performance assessments. And also we are also aiming at issues around payment of invoices on time. We've put it as a 30-day, but we run now our payroll, client payroll every week to ensure that at least we aim for 7 days for payment. And then our system uptime, we were anticipating taking it to 100%, but due to other unforeseen events where you might have power failures and other issues, we've maintained it at 98%. Another new target that we are introducing, one at an APP level, is establishing partnerships. And these are partnerships that will have catalytic actions on the construction industry. So it's searching of funding that will benefit our contractors from other sources, at least of maybe above 20 million rand. And such partnerships are also in the work. So we wanted to measure ourselves against that. We also wanted to ensure that on those of funded positions, we measure that also at an APP level so that we can contribute meaningfully to ensuring that we have efficiencies in filling those positions because of the unemployment issues that we have in the country, but also for efficiency. In addition to that, starting other youth programs like internships and graduate training programs that will enable us to fill positions also quicker when we have more internal candidates. We are also at APP level because we've worked hard over the past 2 years on a culture improvement program. We want to see whether that is yielding results and be measured against that. So we will also be looking at employee satisfaction rating in addition to stakeholder satisfaction rating that will be monitored at an SP level. We are going to do 3 researches that will be cidb initiated. In addition to that is done by our partners at universities and others. Chairperson, we also put in a plan for regulation amendments that will be submitted to the department to also improve the issues, and especially incorporating the issues of past performance in our rating, in our cidb ratings. Chairperson, we are increasing because we have the fight against non-compliance as one of our weaknesses in the previous 5 years. So we are increasing that particular target to 95% when we've detected non-compliance to write and follow the HR processes. And if it leads to fine those that are not complying. And we think this will create the right culture. Chairperson, the registration within 21 days is also an important one, Chairperson. But we've worked hard in the previous year to get it to 100%. But for the target to be smart, we need to allow for other eventualities. We'll still always aim for 100%, but we've put the target at 98%. We will submit to yourselves as a committee, the board, reports that will inform on how well we are doing around issues of transformation, industry development, industry performance, and the standards that are developed, so that as we regulate, we have authentic information, and as you do your oversight, you have the latest information as to how the country is performing around that. We will develop also industry procurement guidelines that will enable infrastructure clients to follow the new procurement bill and others. We'll also develop development guidelines as we've started already with consultation across all the provinces, and an honorable member represented this committee where we are talking to SMMEs around other areas of development that must be guidelines on or developed or regulated. And then we want to also ensure that all our provincial offices also implement initiatives around development, transformation, and client capacity. Hence, we have a separate program that looks at that, and there will be annual bi-quarterly reports that will be submitted and will be shared also for oversight on those initiatives that are happening. As I've indicated, we have a new unit, the build unit, which we are aiming at 85% on developmental intervention and developmental finance. But already to date, we have, as the chair have indicated, dispatched on the developmental finance to see for 100 million. But we are also spending, I think we've spent to date on developmental support, I think I stand to be corrected, Chairperson, over 50 million, but CFO can confirm that figure on the chat if I mislead Parliament. Chairperson, around the year under review, and if the committee requires, we can also submit a much more extensive budget, because I noticed that this only focuses on the current financial year. We are aiming to spend about 313 million rand, with bulk of that going to goods and services, also in the core operations. Under admin, I wanted to highlight, Chairperson, we've also housed under admin issues relating to IT, training and welfare of staff, building repairs, security, and those kinds of costs. So these admin are not only the overheads of the organization, well, it is overheads, but it's overheads that fully support our core operations. And when we look at our goods and services in the various other programs, we are aiming at 70 million on the bill program, but as a bare minimum. But we will increase that should we be able to also raise funds from other institutions. And we've had good contributions from the likes of CETAS, and the Department of Labor and others are also in discussion, because they do believe that this program could fundamentally change the construction industry. The 5-year trajectory really is aimed at ensuring that we become a proper developmental agent in the sector, not only focusing on regulations. And we are incorporating the reviews that are coming from our 5-year review and what other stakeholders, including this committee, have highlighted to us we ought to be focusing on. And we will continue to make use of our resources, limited resources, to ensure we drive industry transformation, we improve compliance, and explore technological advancements in the construction industry, and drive governance and regulations. I thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you for the presentation, honorable members. There is the presentation. It's time for us to engage with the report or the APP and its finances. Can I get an indication by a show of hands? Honorable members, you need not to get tired. It's part of our work. Radi, you'll...
Thank you, Chairperson. Certainly not tired. I think of concern. This is,
But you follow. Don't get agitated when others have spoken and you have afterthoughts. I'm gonna
Chair,
allow you to
sorry, you broke up
go.
just for a
You'll be the
second.
last one.
Oh, sorry,
No, it's
Chairperson.
fine.
You broke up for a second, Chair. If you don't mind just repeating the order.
Okay. Radi, then Bath, Mahlangu, Letlape, and Kobe. In that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me begin by thanking the presenter. Actually, I think this, from all the presentations, is one of the most progressive ones. However, our job is to perform
You
oversight.
are biased, Radi. You are biased because all of you are from KZN. Don't
You
be.
got
You may proceed.
It's the geographical biasness. Chairperson, I think once again, we need to raise a red flag in terms of the admin costs. The admin costs currently sits at 143 million rands. And this is a bit worrying, and I think we to all the presenters, I've made the point that we need to start partnering with the private sector. We cannot continue to have this high reliance on state funding. And when you think about it, this is becomes like a luxury item when government needs to find money to, for example, provide food for children to eat in schools and the school's nutrition program. And when you weigh something like that against this, and especially with a dwindling budget, it becomes now important for us to start prioritizing and making sure that we are able to lever funding through the private sector, and possibly looking at other partnerships so that we can outsource some of our work, the administrative work. Chairperson, if you look at the non-compliance spike, there's been a surge in non-compliance from 506 to 1,246. And what I would like to start seeing is that there should be more enforcement, more transparency, and there should be more reporting. Quarterly reports to give us an idea, rather than waiting at the end of the financial year to get these kinds of figures. Tell us in advance every quarterly that this is what's going on and what is being done. Then, of course, Chairperson, the legislative power gaps. There is a delay in cidb Act amendments. Now, that is a direct responsibility of us here in Parliament. What we need to do is to start seeking fast tracking of the legislative reforms. And I believe that to do this, we should look at establishing a task team that will accelerate, especially the cidb amendment bill. Then, when you look at transformation targets, the youth ownership stands at only 12%. And really, this being Youth Month and with the focus on youth development, that's really not acceptable. We need to start proposing more incentives for youth inclusion. And what I would like to see happening, Chairperson, is the creation of a youth empowerment fund within the Build program. And I think this may help. In terms of the high administration costs, just to summarize this, it's 43% of the budget that goes on admin. And what we need to do now is to request an audit. There has to be an audit on exactly how this 46% is being spent. Is it that we are carrying administrative functions and officials that are really not performing or not doing critical work that are redundant and we should be looking at a spending review. So, Chairperson, finally, the build fund underspending. Only 37% utilized previously. So, what we need to do is we need to ensure that there is a push for better execution to meet the 85% target. I think, finally, Chairperson, in order to do that, we should look at expanding provincial offices and also training in underserviced areas. I think that is going to help. Yes, those are my comments for now. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the presenters from KZN.
Thank you, thank you, Chairperson. I'll just go in order. So, Chair, my two questions to the leadership of the CIDB. One is regarding rooting out corruption in as far as contractors are able to or have paid bribes in order to have their grading escalated or elevated. I have spoken to a number of contractors in KwaZulu-Natal, and sorry to labor on KwaZulu-Natal, but they have indicated that they have evidence of at least one company that paid a bribe to get their CIDB rating improved. So I just want to find out what in general is leadership doing to root that out. And then secondly, I think linking to Honorable Reddy's point, it's a slightly different question about offices. I remember we had a very nice presentation in the CIDB offices there between Pretoria and Johannesburg. And I think we asked, the Department of Public Works as well as the CIDB, because you had a lot of office space there that was vacant. Has there been any uptake or has there been any department or entity come forward to ask if they can occupy that space so that that building that is owned by us is being better utilized? And again, I just think like we saw last year and like we heard last year, a really good presentation and really good progress being made despite your areas of weaknesses that have been highlighted. So thank you, Chair. That's it from me.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to everyone in the platform, colleagues, and the department, all the entities here that are present here. Well, Chair, let me first also join all the colleagues by welcoming the presentation from the CITP. One will want to first ask, actually I have two questions or three. The first one is in relations to compliance, to monitoring of compliance. I think one is worried that there are no detailed plan on how the entity monitors the compliance. Because one will assume that there are many companies across the country that are performing construction duties without complying. Also, linked to that, how do we improve the issue of accessing these grades to be accessible, in particular to those young people who are in rural areas? How do we easy the access of these certifications? Another question, Chair, is that I think around January there was an advertisement of the board of CITP. One will want to check the progress. How far is this new board, the appointment of this new board? And secondly, if we are aware, can we be furnished with the panel that is facilitating or an explanation how is this board being appointed? Is there any panel, or if is there any panel, can we be furnished with the name of the panels? The last question, Chair, is in relations to the declines here when I was checking the issue of the budget, the CITP total revenue, I think, is 313 million, if I'm not mistaken. for 2025-2026 financial year, which was constituted by an increase of 1.8% nominal terms and the decline of 2.8% in real terms. So one will ask, what engagement are in place with the government of national unity to deal with the matter of inflation in the country, as we see the negative effects in our budget through the decline of the real percentage terms. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm next. No, thanks, Chair. Let's welcome the report from CIDB. I'm just going to leave out the questions that have already been covered. I want to check on the plan, on your plan that shows Black ownership that is projected to grow from 70 to 90%, women from 27 to 35%, and youth from 11 to 15%. What enforceable mechanisms are in place to compel the private sector to comply with these transformation targets? Do you have those mechanisms in place, and what are they? And how will the CIDB penalize repeat offenders who fail to transform over the years? With regards to non-compliance, I want to check what sanctions exist for municipalities and SOEs that consistently do not comply with SIDB prescripts. And maybe to check, why are we not publicly naming and shaming them for non-compliance, to create a culture of accountability. CIDB is a very big entity and it deals with huge amounts of monies. And I don't think we do expect to have people considered as non-compliant and still exist in the same space and still be able to make business and operate in the same space. I also want to check, majority of contractors are still stuck on grade 1, despite the CIDB existing for over 2 decades. Is there a reason why is that the case? And maybe also, what are the practical support systems that CIDB provide to assist small and emerging Black contractors to move up the grading system? We've got a lot of people who are still stuck on 1 grade, particularly that grade 1, when big companies that have existed for years, who've got financial muscle, are able to easily slide up the ladder to higher grades. And maybe, how long does it take on average for a contractor to move from grade 1 to grade 3 on average? Is that maybe an acceptable time frame for one to move from 1 to 3? And what are certain things that you would highlight, that you look at? The SIDB's internal audit process for verifying the accuracy of grades issued. What are these internal audit processes that you go through? My last question, Chair, would be, what is the current racial and gender breakdown of contractors in grades 7 to 9? And has there been any steps taken by CIDB to dismantle the dominance of a few large, historically advantaged companies in upper grades? Because what we have seen, the culture of CIDB is that the majority of contractors would be fighting at the lower level for these small contracts. And the big contracts are taken by these big companies who have existed, who, like I've said, have financial muscle. And no one really looks into it. No one looks into the gradings. There's a lot of corruption that is happening as well up there. Maybe if you can take us through that, but also, what is it that you have put in place to try and dismantle this dominance that you find at the upper level of these grades and of these contractors? With regards to extortionists, I know a lot of contracts projects stop or delay because there's groups or individuals who extort contractors or service providers. What is it that we have, what systems have we put in place to deal with that extortion? Is that we know for the past few months, extortion came out and resurfaced because it was starting to happen a lot in KZN as well, in the Eastern Cape, where people had taken an initiative to go and disrupt and stop projects from happening and contractors from doing their work because they want certain monies to be paid to them. What is it that we have put in place? I know you have been working with law enforcement. If you can maybe just take us through what is it that you have put in place outside of just involving the law enforcement. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'd also like to join my colleagues in just thanking the presentations. I think they were excellently done. Chair, I just want to ask, with specific reference to the Centers of Excellence, does the CIDB, is it considering expanding it to other varsities? And also, in particular reference really to TVET colleges, are they thinking of extending their Centers of Excellence to such institutions? Because I think it will create a lot of value, especially for young people who are studying within the built environment in TVET colleges, that we aren't just focusing, we aren't classist in our views and focusing just on upper echelon universities, and that aren't really like TVET colleges where a lot of low income students could benefit. So I just want to know if they're thinking of expanding that to TVET colleges. And also, Chair, they spoke about their partnering with CIFA, that they matched their funding with 100 million, but I think that's what the chairperson said, but the CEO then said 50 million. I just want to know with regards to that, what is the exact amount? And well done on partnering with that and ensuring that you match funding as well, and that you're not completely dependent on the entities to fund your BOLD program. The transformation of percentage of women, I think it is poor, especially since you've got a high intake of women in your built environment program. I think you need to up the NT a little bit and not limit it to 35%. I think across all industries and departments, we've seen that they are reaching up to a percentage of 40%, and I don't see why this, especially very untransformed industry, should stick to 35% as a target. I really, with recommendation that CIDB needs to look at upping this percentage. Also, Chair, with regards to the built environment program, the graduates, is there an upward trajectory for them, a pathway in which they can enter formally into the built environment space, given that the department and its entities have high vacancy rates? How does CIDB maybe plan on partnering with and collaborating with the department and its entities to ensure that anybody who is done with the program, there is sort of a return on investment in ensuring that we take them somewhere. We don't just leave them to exit the program. And also, with regards, Chair, I know that our department has received the George report. I just want to know, with specific reference to the CIDB, have any one of their contractors or people who are registered as contractors on their system, are they implicated on the report? Because we are yet to receive it. I just want to know from them if any of their contractors are on there and if there are any punitive measures that CIDB has taken against these contractors. And also, I think in terms of the low compliance rate and the inability for CIDB to monitor the impact of its work and monitor the compliance of contractors, I think, Chair, it's a missed opportunity, because in monitoring we can actually streamline processes and have a system that tells you when contractors need to automatically move, red flag contractors who are not performing, and also just as I think Honorable Letape was talking about why people are certain for decades. I think that can assist with ensuring that then the CIDB puts in place practical steps and solutions to help these SMMEs move and grade, and actually maybe avoid the issue of receiving bribes and moving someone off automatically. I think if they had the progress of SMMEs and contractors, that could assist a lot in automating a system that could avoid bribes and such, and the corruption that has been spoken of in the industry.
Kobe, are you done?
Yes, Chair, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. I guess CEO and the chair, there is a concern in most of the questions that have been raised. And I really want to also reiterate that as an entity, how do you feel, or how do you try and stop what is happening in terms of the grading? You get a person who has got, for example, a grade 8 and have an unfinished project. Then what comes to my mind and to the minds of South Africans is that person really the grading he has earned it or deserve to have that particular grading? What leads to a person who has an upper grading but does not finish project, meaning has got lack of capacity of a particular project? So really take us into confidence as a country that you've got measures that you are putting in place. As some of the members have just said, it looks like there's a buying of grading. And how do you want to cap that and discontinue? Because we've got many unfinished projects beside the issue of those who are hijacking project or starting to protest and wants to get it the project when they're not supposed to get it. But I think it starts with you, with your entity, in terms of grading. If it's a grade 1, then you understand that person is still learning, needs to go certain steps, but you get a grade 8 person who does not even finish project. I want to give you a practical example. In my constituency, there's a road R522. There was a project of maintenance of the road. And when I make a follow-up, because that road is started with DPWI, which is the responsibility of RAL in Limpopo, you are told we have appointed a contractor, but that contractor ended up even surrendering to say, I'm bankrupt, I don't have capacity. But when they advertised, it needed a grade 5 upwards, and that person has got grade 8. You could see there's something else. It takes back the project, and you must re-advertise again and start the processes. Then you wonder, really, these people, do they deserve to have such a grade? And if as an entity, what are the measures in place? What are you doing to try and avoid such things? Because when it starts with the issue of grading, it then takes your entity back to say there's something wrong. But then I'll allow you, Chairperson and the CEO, to lead your delegation in trying to respond to questions that have been raised by members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe if I can quickly start with the more simpler questions, and then I'll get the CEO to answer the more complicated ones. But I also want to give some background to some of the issues that have been raised, Chair. First of all, I need to protect Honorable Reddy there, that I'm not from KZN, I'm from the Eastern Cape, so he wasn't being biased, Chair. Honorable Reddy, you're quite correct. We do look at the
You are
administration.
being biased, Chair.
We do look at the administration costs, and we take ratios on the cost of the entity, including your human resources costs. So at this stage, when we monitor oversight, we are quite comfortable because we do a comparison in terms of our organization and other organizations. Yes, the figures are high, but also the mandate of the CIDB is very critical and it keeps on extending. There's a lot that is actually required from us in terms of what we need to do from our mandate. Our mandate does become stretched. As an example now, we are looking at extortionists. We are looking at contractors that are taking over sites, etc., the mafia, etc. Now, those are things that originally not in our plan, but because of the nature of the environment that we're in, these are things we cannot ignore and say, no, we'll have to attend to these at a later time. They're not part of our mandate. We need to respond. So these are the challenges that we are saying that perhaps I have an impact on our costs as a whole and our administration costs, but the CEO will talk deeper along that. The issue around compliance, I agree with you. We do have challenges. But maybe let me just give some background. There's been extensive non-compliance. And I'll also cover this, including the contractors, chairperson, that you have mentioned that do not conform. And also, I think, Honorable Bath, you covered this as well. There are bribes being taken place. We've got fraudulent contractors on our database, infested with contractors that don't even have the capacity to build projects and awarded projects. Chairperson, since 2002, since the CIDB started, we have never taken action against these contractors until this board came into place in the last 2 years. We have encouraged and forced management to take action against these contractors because this compromises our database. This compromises our transformation. Well, some of these contractors are not legitimately where they should be. And Chair, I'm happy to report to you that our initiatives are now yielding fruit. We've got systems in place that we are now identifying these contractors. We are researching. And Honorable Bath, if you do have information, please report it on the hotline. We are taking action. Please encourage other contractors to do so. We are taking action. With our first contractor, we actually delisted from our contractors register in 2003, if I'm not mistaken. And following that, we've come up with a system that we have legally tested based on a case that we actually took to court. So we are quite confident now, Chair, on the approach that we are taking, that it has been supported by the courts as well. We are in the process that I initially indicated to the Minister of deregistering the first batch of contractors, which we are looking at a target of 40 contractors. And this also has delayed us a bit because we had targeted to have completed this session, I think, in May this year. But however, we had to respect the PAJA processes and make sure that we comply with that as well. But the process is underway, Chair. And Honorable Leklape, we will name and shame. I think the department is eager for us to finalize the first batch and hand it over to them. And we will name and shame those contractors that have defrauded us. And they will be permanently removed from our register of contractors, therefore meaning that they won't be able to tender again. I also need to clarify the mandate of the CIDB is to cover the public sector, not the private sector. I think a question has been raised around the private sector, but we are covering the public sector. In other words, all those that tender with government. However, we have not sat down on this issue. We have realized that there can only be one construction industry. We can't have a private and a public industry, construction industry. Hence, in our amendments, one of our proposals is to actually regulate the private contractors. So I guess to respond to the issues around the private contractors, we need to just wait until our act has been approved and the process being finalized for us to actually see whether we will regulate compliance within the private contractors. And I think, Honorable Bath, you did ask a question about our CIDB officers. I must say, this has been an issue, especially among the entities that belong to public works. I've personally invited the Agrément, being the smallest of the entities, to say, listen, we do have a space for you. We could actually collaborate in terms of reducing your operational costs, You could use some of our infrastructure and pay us a minimal rent as to what you would. I approached the previous chairperson. I also did approach the current chairperson, but for some reason, no one is taking me up on this offer, which the CEO has also supported me. I think those are the main issues that I really wanted to clarify, and the CEO would actually take on the other questions. But I also need to remind honorable members that it's quite difficult as a regulator, and this needs to be understood, that we are often criticized along our transformation, that we don't transform quick enough. But we must remember, CIDB doesn't award projects. We are actually reporting here on what is happening. However, again, even on that issue, we haven't sat down and said we can't do anything. What do we then do? We then offer practice notes to encourage client departments to support the transformation agenda. We came up with a national contractor development framework, again, to support clients, to say, listen, if you are failing on your transformation targets, please use this national contractor development framework as a means to ensure that you procure contractors that are Black, women-owned contractors, and those that are disabled. So it does become difficult for us, Chair, that we are not the ones who award. What you see in our report is what is actually reflective of the industry. So all we try and do is to capacitate our client departments to ensure that they improve. But again, this is a target we haven't said, no, we can't do anything about because we don't employ contractors. We've put this as part of our target so that it's something that is critical, that needs to be monitored and evaluated throughout the industry. I think those are the issues. Honorable Nkobe, you did talk about the centers of excellence. This is very close to my heart. And yes, we're willing to work with other institutions. And the issue around there is that, unfortunately, the response from the other institution is not as overwhelming as we would like it to be. UJ seems to be the most responsive. WITS is also responsive, but we are not getting quite the same response from the other institutions in terms of assisting us with our program. So that is a bit of a problem. Touching on CIDFA, yes, we've partnership with CIDFA, and my understanding, CEO will correct me, we've given CIDFA, I think in March, 100 million rands, and this is purely for development finance funding. This is also separate from the training that we also are funding ourselves, which CIDB is embarking on. But this is purely for development finance, where contractors said, I need advance finance, I need a guarantee or whatever. They are then financed through CIDFA. Again, here, Chair, the board took a very cautious approach in that we didn't want to meddle in an area which we are not competent in. CIDB is a regulator of the industry. We are not in financial institutions. So we felt that we should partner up with a government institution that knows and is able to monitor the risk in terms of those funds. That is public money that we need to ensure that it is used appropriately. And hence, we have then decided to partner with CIDFA. Whatever we have given them as part of the fund, they have also undertaken to match whatever funding. That is as far as I understand that issue. So that is what I wanted to cover. And I think going back to Honorable Reddy, there was the issue around the build program and our underspending. And I need to clarify this, Honorable Reddy, you're quite correct. We've been hammering on management on the spending of that build program. However, the biggest challenges, two biggest challenges. One is quite surprising and you'll be shocked. On our training program, it's been difficult for us to even believe that the training is free that we offer to contractors, but we have not had an uptake. And the simple issue is that part of the contractors that want to participate, one of the questions they ask is, are you paying us a stipend? So we then become discouraged to think that we are probably dealing with job seekers, and the actual contractors are not willing to participate in such training programs if they don't get a direct benefit. We've then taken a different approach by approaching the various institutions to try and circumvent that. So that's part of the challenges. Also, I must say the relationship with CIDFA didn't start off well. I think they did sleep on the ball. They failed us in terms of acting, in terms of the development finance funds that we had, which were ready to pass over to them. And we had to get our MOUs in place, and that took far longer than what we had anticipated. And hence we were caught up in a situation where, as our target, we could not perform. So, but finally the ball is rolling. SITFA has the money. So it's for us now to ensure that they account on the funds that they've received, and for us to tell us in names, in ID numbers, who have they actually funded. So I think that's a problem of the past now. We're looking forward. And yeah, I think that's all from my side, Chairperson. And if I could hand over to the CEO, thank you.
Chairperson, if I may just add on a few items. On the admin cost as raised by Honorable Reddy, the costs that are also included here, it's not only just salaries for the support staff, it is cost that is relating to the IT upgrades that we have done to our systems to move all our services online for full access. It is cost that has to do with the training and welfare of staff, building repairs and building purchases, the security services that is outsourced from some of our, and I think a more disintegrated reporting on this, which we'll do in future, would actually highlight those aspects. But we do, and we do take to the point also of getting private sector funding, which what we've done so far in terms of the agreements with especially the large facilities management companies, it was more for the opportunities for contractors to transform their supply chain to include more women-owned construction companies, and we have the first MOU signed for implementation on that. So we are very eager to partner with the private sector also in these kinds of, because we cannot overly rely on the fiscus for that. In terms of also the surge in the number of cases that have been reported, we both celebrate but are not happy with it, because we have invested in a 5-person unit, new unit also in the compliance to go and check each and every website of the companies to check whether there are projects that have been declared there that are not declared in other places, and check also with other institutions so that we can check whether those projects are complying with the build program and are complying with the national contractor development programs if they are at. And we would really appreciate the support, the continued support of the committee around the legislative framework. In the Youth Empowerment Fund, we will also discuss with them, or a youth-focused area, we will put it also away for discussion with the board and see how best we can also cover it, because it is an important and a powerful constituency. Yes, the underspending on the build, there were teething problems in terms of the starting of the program, but what we have done will also resolve to additional partnerships in order to both raise the amount of money that is available and be able to also dispatch of it. So you'll find in many of the training, rather than go out to procurement for one service provider at a time for a small group, we've established panels that will be able to allow for easier execution. And in terms of the recruitment of participants, there are quite important MOUs that have been signed with the likes of and others, where they are also make it mandatory for participation in their contractor development program, because we've been asking clients to expand those. And it goes to a question another honorable member has raised, which I'll go to now, to expand the contractor development program and support clients. For instance, for you to establish a contractor development program, we will say you must provide mentorship to those contractors, training and whatnot. We as a CIDB through the build program are taking aspects of that. Ekurhuleni this week, there will be assessments of prior learning for about 400 contractors, and with the training that covers those gaps that are either identified in the works management and business management. So with that strategy, and also temporarily moving the build program to the office of the CEO, we think we can accelerate that expenditure. And I can assure the committee, we will probably spend more money in the first 6 months of the year than we spent in total last year on the training and development. In terms of honorable, but the questions around the rooting out corruption in the registration processes, what we are doing, as the chairperson has already indicated, I think in the last board meeting there were 15 that were approved for deregistration, and we are concluding with the first batch of companies that have to be deregistered because we have proven fraud on their part. We are also looking at we've actually concluded the concept note for a unit that will investigate projects holistically as to when projects fail, and it goes to the chairperson's question regarding as to why do projects fail. Projects fail because one of few things. One, it is a bad contractor, either that has received the grade illegitimately, which CIDP can easily deal with because we can go to our files, investigate, and remove using our act. But there are other aspects where, for instance, people are moving off sites because they've not been paid on time, or they're incompetent consultants in the project. Hence, one of the new researches that the CIDP is doing now, which we are hoping to conclude in the first 6 months, is to also have a reporting framework for all stakeholders in the project. Was there any project leadership? Meaning that the client, when there is a variation, it is approved on time, they give the sites to contractors, they pay on time, and all those kinds of things. So that, and it's the work we're also doing with the AG, so that when the committee comes here, because we don't want a situation where infrastructure clients, when they run away from their accountability, they just terminate the contractor. We do have bad contractors and are dealing with those, but we need a clearer reporting, and compliance is going to be important to filling these performance reports for all stakeholders that are there in that. But yeah, we are working on the process. I think the cases that are currently under investigations, I stand to be correct, over 250, but about 40 to 50 are at very advanced stages for removal immediately. And then Honorable Bath indicated the offer of office spaces. Yes, Agrément chairperson, maybe just an update. The chairperson of Agrément did come through with the CEO to check the space and look at how they can exit their current lease so that they can occupy the first floor that we've boxed out for their usage. And also, in addition, Agrément has requested space, and we have agreed, even in an MOU, in our provincial offices to have sections where they can display their materials and advertise. One area that the CEO was indicating is that the staff to man that. So we are collaborating with Agrément on that front in terms of the office spaces. There was a question regarding the monitoring of compliance. It's really a very important one for the CIDB over the next 5 years, because we don't want to be an institution that puts out good policies and practices, but they really don't find expression in changing the lives of our contractors and the general public through good infrastructure. So that's why we have established and capacitated that unit. We are in the final stages of the appointment of the head of that particular unit. Currently, there is a gentleman, Singo, who's acting in that unit. But we are also looking at the framework for investigating failed projects so that we can present even to the committee properly who is accountable for what failures of the project, so that we can deal with the problem. We must move away and in as much as we have to terminate bad contractors, but we must also ensure that consultants are also doing their work, clients are also doing their work, so that we can hold people accountable appropriately. How do we improve the grades, the regulations? Yes, in terms of regulation, there have been also additional regulation amendments on improving even the registration process, the requirements, which we are using the build program to support. But that is with the shareholder in terms of finalizing those. And those are producing a very good opportunities for young people in terms of an accelerated path to registration. Because one of the fundamental flaws we have that is not benefiting young people currently is that someone could come, like for instance, and I'll make an example of a quant surveyor, a civil engineer, or a mechanical engineer who has worked for a long time and has the financial capital to support a project. But when they come, they start at grade 1, or young graduates that have studied in the discipline. So there were proposals that were made to saying how we can have an accelerated path for those people, because we are trying to get them, especially those that have trained in the built environment, as many of them, to practice as contractors and start those types of businesses, because they carry a much significant less risk than someone who has not been formally trained in the sector. And we are hoping that we can be successful in that regulation amendment. I think the department will comment on the issues regarding the board appointment. Private sector enforcement. Currently, we don't control any procurement as it relates to private sector projects, but on the advocacy side, what we've been doing is also getting contractor development program in the private sector, and with our first case being Brawl, where they've opened up their supply chain for women that were winners in the previous Airwick Awards and others to participate in the work that would not ordinarily go to them. But what we also do is that when state money is being spent, we are putting in requirements of compulsory subcontracting, and subcontracting we've put in terms of the regulations of the indirect targeting standard, to saying subcontracting must be compulsory and it must be developmental in nature. The issues that one of the major things we wanted to change in our regulations is around when we are enforcing compliance. In some cases, we can only charge up to a maximum of 100,000, and in projects that are billions of rands, it becomes a drop in the ocean. Sometimes people can opt to not to comply, but just to pay the fine or something along those lines, and also to make it easier for us to prosecute some non-compliance, because some non-compliance requires us to go and get a judgment against the person, which is a very lengthy process. So we were cleaning up those aspects. And then naming and shaming, yes, definitely, as the chairperson has indicated. And we've also are using platforms like MinMac and others where we highlight the performance. Where we were invited to one of other portfolio committee on human cycle, and we highlighted within the entities that is under their control, which departments are not complying to build, are not complying properly to the register of projects and others, because that robs the country severely of opportunities for development if we don't know what is going on. Majority of contractors get stuck at grade 1, and that is true. Our register is very heavy on grade 1. And what we are doing now is that we've introduced construction management guidelines to enable people to actually understand better the type of business they are entering in. And then the biggest contribution, unfortunately, it's more on the advocacy side, on the CIDP, is to encourage additional contractor development programs, like the excellent ones that are being done, for instance, at IDT, where they absorb a lot of grade 1, grade 2s that are undertaking training on the CIDB programs for their growth. And then there was a question on how quickly do you grow from grade 1 to grade 3? It's a little bit of a difficult answer to give, because some colleagues will take 5 years because they've never had access to any project. But those that are within contractor development programs, to grow from grade 1 to grade 3 is something that can take less than 6 months of a continuous work, because you will require to have done a project, I think a project of about 300,000 or so, which is within the range of a grade 1. But I send to colleagues, if there is a more accurate figure, please share on the chat. And in contractor development program, you'll find that contractors get awarded those types of work. So for those that are on contractor development program, it is extremely fast. But for those that do not have access to any construction opportunity, or we can't find clients that can establish such, it becomes a challenge. The internal audit processes for the grading, what we initially thought was going to assist in terms of separating the duties. So you would have, instead of having one person assess the file and it gets assessed in the province where it is not emanating from, and then it is assessed by an assessor, and then it comes to head office for the second step, where it is reviewed by another unit, separate unit. They account to different managers and different executives in order to avoid collision there. But what we've decided is that we'll add another layer of auditing on those high-risk projects or high-risk grades, so that we can also have an additional independent view. And that was part of the main motivation for us going online as a CIDP, is that you can collect a true and one record of the documents that get submitted. Because what we found in the past, there would be a submission, a paper submission that is being made, and it doesn't get scanned on the system. When you are trying to investigate whether the grade was genuine or not, then you don't have all the files. And those projects, I suspect, is that is where illicit activities was happening. So we are continuously improving. But our best guard here is when we receive a complaint from someone saying, hey, Mr. So-and-so was grade 2 yesterday. Today, now they are awarded a grade 5 project. And then that case, we immediately also investigate those kinds of cases. So it's always helpful when you also have the industry involved. And then the following on the issues of extortion and on following the commitments that were made in November 2024 at the summit in Durban, in KZN, where there's been a significant increase in the number of cases with the partnerships with the police, but we've also, and I think it was gazetted last week, that was one of also the summit commitments, the social facilitation framework that was developed with the contribution of all the entities of Public Works, SANRAL, and many other government departments that have contributed to that, those ones that are very good, Umgeni Water and others, those are very good at social facilitation. And that one is currently gazetted for public comments, and I know the team, Ibrahim Mullah from my office is participating in that. So that those are some of the issues that to deal with the issues of extortionists, because they get a lot of, it resonates with communities when there's no participation or they are not aware of what is happening. So it's one of the areas that we are working on. And then obviously the regulations for the public procurement bill, especially around set aside, as a CIDP, we are making comments on that to also avoid unintended consequences where they become a catalyst for also these types of activities. The Honorable Kobe asked whether we are willing to expand on the centers of excellence. Definitely. In the current procurement plan, we have 2 centers of excellence that are being proposed. One is for a TVET college, and we are preparing a concept note on that because it's mainly going to focus around technology integration, technology of the future in the construction industry. So it's one area. So we are going beyond doing world skills with TVET colleges only and those types of things. We are also going to establish a center of excellence. It is currently in our approved procurement plan. And the second aspect is another center of excellence, but it's going to we are only going to accept applications from historically disadvantaged universities, because we want to also see what other support and other research we can do with universities that are not as well resourced as some of the others that we are working with. But even in the current ones, there is a compulsory clause to saying you have to partner with the HDI. University of Johannesburg, I believe, is partnering with Walter Sisulu University. Witwatersrand, I believe, is partnering with TUT in terms of lecture development, research, and others. But we want to establish a standalone center of excellence at the TVET college. We want to establish a standalone at also a university that might not be as well resourced as some of the others that we are working on. Yes, you are correct. 100 million has been transferred to CIFA. The 50 million I was referring to was on the training and the other initiatives. But 100 million for developmental finance is at CIFA. We will definitely communicate with the board the desire or the proposal that is being made by the committee of increasing the targets, our 5-year target around women to 40%. And the chairperson is here representing the board, and the department will have to guide us as to how to make that a reality. And then in terms of graduates, we thought our biggest contribution to that was going to be regulation amendments to have a faster track for the graduates of the built environment in terms of owning construction companies that are at a higher grade. Because the risk mitigation would have been taken care of by the education and the experience that people are coming with to the industry. And also as a CIDP, we are doing our small part in terms of graduate employment, and it also helps build us a pipeline, because we have also quite a few senior senior in terms of age experts that work in economic policy and other areas in the built environment. So we've established a graduate development program that we are shortlisting for, and then an internship program where we are hoping to also get many younger people in the CIDB, because we really need to be a younger organization. In terms of the George report, as far as I'm aware, none of the contractors have that were working there are registered with the CIDP. We've not been made aware of any, but the main contractor, we were able to confirm that they were not registered with the CIDP. The low level of compliance, as echoed by many members, is a serious concern, hence the establishment of the unit. And we really have to work hard at ensuring that it works, and it also gives us the insights for the policymakers like yourselves to be able to put the right policies to tackle some of the challenges that we are facing, and have digitized our registration systems. But what we need to do is to also see what AI can bring us in that. And the chairperson, again, going back to the concern that has been raised around grades of contractors that are not performed, definitely we have to act decisively and harshly to those that get their grading irregularly. We also have to record performance, but we need infrastructure clients to comply with our register of projects in terms of the past performance of contractors. But we also now are looking at the other stakeholders as to their performance in the execution of the project, because it will be very useful for us to come up with the rules as to who can implement infrastructure, what sort of skill from a client perspective, from a consultant perspective. Chairperson, those are the answers, and I hope we have not left anything out, but are quite happy to elaborate more on any aspect or all of the aspects that have been raised. And we thank you all for the advice and the guidance that you've been provided.
Thank you, CEO. Honorable Bath, you may be excused if you don't have any further follow-ups. As you requested, I can see the hand of Honorable Raji. Do you want to make a follow-up and go back?
Yes. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Right. There's two issues. The first one, we've heard that there's over 200 contractors that have fraudulently obtained their CIDB grading. Now, my question is, did they go to a Sangoma or did they go to a church and put their CIDB grading there, and then they prayed and suddenly the CIDB grading increased? No. They obviously did this through some corrupt official within the entity. Now, my question is, why are we only focusing on disbarring the contractors who fraudulently obtained and not looking internally to find out where we are dropping the ball? Who are these corrupt cockroaches that's sitting inside our departments, collecting bribes from contractors so that their CIDB grading can be increased? Because you know what we're doing here? Those officials are literally putting the lives of innocent citizens at risk by allowing for these. I'll give you an example. The building of a road. You get a contractor who pays for his CIDB grading, gets a higher grade, gets to build a road. The road is not built to specification. And very shortly, potholes, all of that, those things happen, accidents occur. I mean, there is a case in Durban, which I know of personally, where this has happened. So what I would like to see, Chair, is reports from CIDB that gives us details. Tell us who are these contractors that have been fraudulent and what is being done. You know, when we start monitoring in that way, we do it with a telescopic view. I can tell you this much. The cockroaches won't be able to continue because it's easy. If they're used to collecting money, a contractor who's on that list will go quietly, give them something on the side, 1,000, 2,000 rand. They're happy. They're going to buy themselves some nice trala and enjoy themselves. And the next thing you know, nothing happens to that contractor. The second issue relates to the training. Now, I've heard the presenter say, well, we're not getting many people, students or many persons that's willing to take on because they're finding other places where they can get stipends. Now, let me explain, Chairperson. There are private institutions all over the country, and I would like for us to make it a point to go and visit the private institutions. They don't get government funding, but they're operating. They've got students that they have where they're offering training in their schools, and they're also offering them a stipend because they physically go out to companies that are willing to engage. Oh dear, are you hearing me? Something happened to my laptop. Are you hearing me, Chair?
You are audible. You are audible, Honorable.
Thank you. Yeah. So what they're doing is they are physically going out to companies because companies get a tax incentive when they offer these training stipends. So they physically go to companies that are willing to pay for these training modules. The reason we don't have that within our government institutions is that every official here is guaranteed to get a salary, whether the outcomes are there or not. They still get paid at the end of the month. They are not linked up to their salaries are not linked up to performance and KPIs. That is the reason why we don't find creativity. So maybe I think what we should do, and I mentioned this in my earlier statements, is partnerships. We should be encouraging partnerships with existing training institutes that's doing what we are trying to do and failing. Because what is happening at the moment is we're continuously funding, putting more money from our poor, hard-pressed taxpayers and residents and citizens of this country, pouring it into this institution because they're happy to just get paid at the end of the month, and they're not going the extra mile to secure partnerships. And I think we need to force this issue of partnerships now in KPIs in this department. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to follow up quickly, Chair, with the George report. I know for a fact that some of the contractors that were there are not registered with CIDB. I just need to know, why do we have contractors that are working on multi-structure projects with human settlements without them being registered with the CIDB? If the CEO can assist with that, Chair, that would be great. Thank you.
CEO, you can respond.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the honorable members for those additional questions. In terms of the contractors that are currently under investigation, we'll definitely be sharing the cases that have been concluded, but I can assure Honorable Reddy and the public that we also look as to who are the employees that have worked on those files, and in the past, recent two or so years, not less than, I can remember, not less than 3 termination letters that I signed to terminate. But there have also been cases where when an investigation is underway, and there was a case, I think, just last month, and then people resign on the spot. And we were contemplating whether the CIDB, don't we have a responsibility of opening criminal cases also against those employees, because as you've correctly put it, it's not a small, harmless crime. It's actually a crime that can lead to, first, it wastes a lot of money when projects are not completed on time, which robs the country of service delivery. Plus, we work in a high-risk environment, so it's quite important that we have zero tolerance towards that. So we don't only just look at contractors, we dismiss where we can find guilt. We also are contemplating other actions to really create a serious deterrent against to that. In terms of training, these were training of company owners, it's not the ones of graduates, for instance, where, as you've correctly put out, where when we train young people on entrepreneurship and others, there has been stipends, especially on the partnership we've had with CETA. But these were more on the training of the business owners around construction management system, but are really open to also private sector participation in this particular endeavor, because we do believe half of the construction industry is really the private sector, to be honest. So we actually need to make them meaningful partners in development. In terms of the question regarding why was the George contractor not registered, they were registered with an entity under human settlements. and it is due to an exemption that we had put in, that was in the regulations, so saying accommodation for human settlements must be registered with the NHBRC. But my view is that really maybe that could have not been the intent. It was, we were looking at simple single or double story buildings, not large structures. So we have written to the NHBRC also to discuss that particular clause as to whether it ought to continue the way that it is, or what other changes, regulatory changes, we need to jointly propose to our ministers and obviously Parliament for changes, because NHBRC, from my understanding, my limited understanding, is actually incredibly good on the insurance component for infrastructure, but CIDB register is a risk mitigation for health and safety and other things that we focus on. Hence, we will have an emphasis on you having completed previous projects of a similar nature or complexity. So yes, that particular exemption is under the microscope currently. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, there was just one question around the board. I think maybe someone from Public Works just needs to close that loop, and we hope we have answered all the questions, and thank you again.
Acting DG, do you want to assist? Ntombeni?
Yes, Chair, I'm here. Sorry, Chair, I missed the question. My apologies.
If I may, it was about the board, whether how. Oh, sorry, Chair. Sorry, apologies.
No, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. The question was about where is the process of the board. There was a question about the panel, and then it was those questions that were asked, whether there was a panel, and are you in a position to share who the panel is. But it was more on because there was an advert in January. That's what I could remember from the questions and my notes. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes. No. Thank you, Chair, and honourable members as well. Chair, the process has gone as far as having interviewed the candidates. Where the process has also gone as far as selecting the ones after the interviews, the list that has been recommended to the minister, and then also a reserve list, and there's also some document that is also being processed in relation to the qualifications and the process followed. So now the process is at a stage where it's being finalized by the chair of the selection committee, routed to the minister for consideration, and then it follows the processes of then vetting and taking it to cabinet, and then eventually appoint the members. We're looking at possibly before end of July to have those members been appointed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have exhausted our time for this item. Bongani and the team, you may be excused. Then we'll request Isa to do its presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the members.
Thank you, Chair, and I need to say thank you for the input provided by the Portfolio Committee members, and I assure you that some of the questions do actually put us on our track, as they raise quite important issues and give us guidance in terms of what we need to improve. So we really appreciate such a session. Thank you very much, Chair, and Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Now you are hungry, Bongs. You can eat now. Doctor, are you on the platform? You can start.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and committee members and colleagues from the Department of Public Works. Chairperson, I'm with the Chairperson of the Council for the Built Environment, Mayor Amelia Mjali, and the CFO, Ms. Sari Tribi, Mr. Manamela, on the platform. I also noted that earlier Ms. Moya joined the platform as well. That's the CBE delegation. Chairperson, I would allow the chair of the council to lead with the opening remarks. Then the presentation that we'll be delivering to the committee will be shared by myself, Mr. Manamela, and Ms. Sari Tribi. We'll try and save you time since we realize that we might have other commitments coming up. Thanks, Chairperson. Let me allow the chair to come through.
Thank you, Dr. Mieza. Good afternoon to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, and my fellow colleagues from the public entities. We are here, Chairperson, to present on the CBE medium-term focus areas, our APP plans and the targets, and how we have progressed on the various build programs, and also to share the feedback on the medium-term expenditure framework estimates and how CBE is going to align to the national priorities. As we know that Council for the Built Environment is really responsible for regulating various built environment professions within South Africa, including the architecture, the landscape architecture, engineers, property valuations, project construction management, and quantity surveying. And in addition to this, Chairperson and the members, CBE has established some working relationships through a memorandum of understanding with various significant professional bodies, and how we have progressed with the relationships that we have built with the professional bodies, including Council for Planners, Environmental Assessment Practitioners, and also the Geomatic Council that are now represented within the CBE. So part of the CBE central mandate is to transform the built environment sector. We are aimed and really focused on creating skilled built environment professionals, and also to expedite, one of our key roles is to expedite the empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disability. So part of what we're going to share with you today is emanating from the strategy workshop that we have had. We have developed some focus areas that we're going to be sharing with you, within which the APP plan for Council for the Built Environment is drawing on. I'm going then to hand over to Dr. Mieza and the team to take us through the progress feedback on where we are to date in relation to our APP plan and our strategic focus area. Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Mieza.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll try and quickly zoom into the areas that we're going to cover as guided by the Department of Public Works. Chairperson, just to give the as a preamble, our presentation that we are presenting to the committee, it's against the backdrop that CBE has achieved 100% of its target in the previous financial year. We have also been achieving clean audits for the past, I would say, 8 years. And I think, Chair, it's important because that means that CBE, it complies with the requirements that are set by the Auditor General in terms of ensuring that we promote accountability, transparency, and good governance in terms of administering the funds that are given to us as an entity, in line with the laws that governs the work that we do. So it is important that, Chair, we remind ourselves consistently that while we're striving to resolve the issues that are confronting our profession or the sector, we also ensure that we administer the organization correctly. Now, Chair, when we were conceptualizing this APP, we had to ask ourselves on what is our problem statement. Our problem statement, Chair, based on the work we did on the 20-year review and some of the research insight that is emerging from the work that is done by different regulatory bodies within the sector, is that the built environment is an aging sector. And secondly, the built environment is refusing to transform in terms of its representation. Yet academic institutions are producing graduates on a yearly basis. Just as an aside, there are about 30,000, based on the numbers we have, graduates who are not registered with any of the professional bodies across the 9 disciplines. The question that we have to pose ourselves is that what could be the reasons that hinders these young graduates from converting from being graduates to become PR registered persons who can then administer infrastructure and assist the state with its developmental agenda. There are some of the issues that are emerging from the research we're doing wherein there is a perception of gatekeeping. Some of the graduates complain that our assessment criteria, I wouldn't say that they're outdated, but they are not enabling them to go through all the stages that have been set out so that they can be professionally registered. So that was, Chair, our main focus as we're dealing with this APP for the financial year in the next 4 years of this 7th administration. In 2023, we were working on the strategy which we presented under the leadership of the then Minister Zikalala to the MINMEC, which was endorsed by MINMEC and all the provinces. In the strategy, what we're putting forward were the 12 interventions. And these interventions are implemented not only by CBE, but they cut across different actors in the value chain of the built environment, i.e. academic institutions, secondly, the regulatory bodies, government entities that are interfacing with the built environment professions. So that's really where we are with the intervention of the strategy. At the core of what we're putting forward, Chair, was to deal with issues of ethics in the profession, issues of how do we make it possible for young graduates to register as professionals, how to assist government in curbing cost overruns, and how to ensure that we transform this profession and creating accessibility and access for young people especially, and women and persons with disability. So there are targeted interventions that we're beginning to implement as of 2024, and we are continuing with that. And the Council of the CBE then also, in aligning itself with the planning cycle of government, approved a 5-year strategy. In the main, I think the chairperson covered what the strategy in essence covers, and broadly responding to the problem statement that I've articulated. And I think, Chair, that the last 2 points that I want to also flag is the issue of public protection. To say the work that we do, it's about building infrastructure that must be safe. And how do we ensure that we advance the agenda of public protection? But the question broadly was, how does public protection look like? Hence, the interaction that we've been having with the Auditor General, as well as the Public Protector, in trying to augment the work that they do and learn some of the aspects that they've put forward, is to assist us in driving the public protection agenda, which is one of the KPI in the work that we are presenting to the committee. The last couple of points, Chair, which I think it's the benefit of presenting at the end, but in essence, it's the work that we started doing is to how do we digitimize or ensure that we use DDM framework to drive the work of the Council for the Built Environment. I think there were points earlier that we raised around the accessibility of all these regulatory bodies that are based in Pretoria in the main, and how to ensure that we capitalize on offices of public works that are across the different institutions. As of, I think, 3 weeks ago, we then convened an engagement with all the deans and heads of departments of the universities and technicons as well, who are offering built environment qualifications in the country, on how best we work with them to ensure that we're producing skills that is in demand in the country and respond to the country's imperatives. And the last 2 points really is about how do we, in appreciating that the regulatory bodies struggle with the funding regime. And I think all these entities that are performing regulatory functions, there is a temptation of going into the private sector that you are also regulating. In our case, for example, we get some of the funding from professionals that we also regulate. And I think is to ensure that we strike the balance on how do we ensure that our revenue stream is diversified in a manner that does not tilt our perception, because for those who are funding us, we might be tempted to lean towards what their agenda might be. So those are some of the balancing act that we're doing, but those issues will be ventilated in the presentation. So Chairperson, I'll move into the next component of the presentation, which really, I think the slides that I'm just flagging, it's the family of the Council for the Built Environment, which we've presented to the committee before. We've got 9 professional disciplines I think the Chairperson spoke to. And then she also spoke to the issue of what is our central mandate, is to really anchor around the 3 areas of transforming the built environment, which is also a strategy for the department, and how to ensure that the skills that we're producing is actually assisting the country. And the last one is to ensure accessibility for young people, women, and persons with disability. And I think our mission statement and the vision, it's something that we've also shared with the committee in the past. And I think in essence, Chair, what we want the committee members to take into account, I think these are the points that I was raising, that what we wish to achieve as an entity is to strengthen our administration, ensure that we produce skill that is capable, that assists the country. We also anchor our work around evidence-based, and also the issue of reputational, and ensure that CPE is accessible publicly and protect the public interest. These are the risks that, Chair, I won't deal with them, because the work that we are doing in the CPE Act, you can go into any of the previous portfolio committee engagements, be it the 6th administration or 5th administration. These are issues that have been raised by the committees. And I think ultimately we are fortunate that, like Somanja was presenting earlier, and my colleagues from CIDB, we have been granted an opportunity working with the ministry to look at the CPE Act, because some of the issues that are actually engulfing us are based on how the legislation that governs CPE was actually established in 2000. So these are some of the issues that we'll be ensuring that in the CPE Act review are attended to. And in terms of ensuring that we align with the national priority programs, I think this is the attempt that we've made as an organization to say some of the programs that we're putting forward must respond to the departmental imperatives, but also broadly to the government agenda, as outlined by the president in terms of the 3 priority areas that we are also contributing into as an entity. Chairperson, I'll then hand over to Mr. Manamela, who will then deal with the substantive issues of the APP in terms of the target, and Ms. Sari Tribi will then conclude our presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Are you done with the entire presentation, Doctor?
No, Manamela is going to do the second part, and Sari will do the last part, and then we're done, Chair.
Okay. Bear in mind, by 3 o'clock, there's no way we must then stop, because plenary is going to start.
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson and the CEO and the honorable members. Good afternoon. Yes, I'll be going through the APP. The first one, Sue, I don't know whether you can just give me the right so that I can be able to control the system. The first one, Chairperson, is about us strengthening our internal administrative. As CBE, we are saying that as one of our first priorities is to ensure that the CBE operate efficiently, and we have stability and we have good governance. So that is the first one, where if we ensure that we operate with good governance and stability, we will be able to perform the work and respond to the issues that are facing the built environment sector as a whole. So hence we have this first program first outcome, of which is internally focused, where we look into all those issues of administration. Secondly, is about us, our reputation, Chairperson, as CBE. We need to engage more with members of the public, hear their views, their concern, so that we can be able to implement respond to those issues that they are raising. Then in terms of the actual target, Chairperson, for us as CBE, we are saying in order for us to perform optimally, we have been doing automation at CBE. We have business processes at CBE. We move totally to online. Everything that we do it online. But over and above that, in this current financial year, we are saying that we will want to have a comprehensive enterprise architect that will be able to interact all our business processes so that we can respond to the issues that members of the public have, like appeals, the investigations that we are requested to do, and also our ombudsman office. The second one, Chairperson, is the one where we know that we are struggling with finances. As CBE, we are saying that revenue, we have created a number of things that we need to deal with in terms of finances as delivery for program number 1, where we are reviewing the regulations 915 so that we can generate more funds as CBE, because we are aware that government revenue is, they keep on cutting it annually. So that is what we are busy doing. Then lastly, there is us in terms of going out to the members of the public. We are going to have a number of engagement that we are having with members of the public to ensure that the work that we do, they are aware of our appeals program, appeals manual and services, also the complaints that we have, and also the investigation arm that we have. Those are some of the things that we are going out to members of the public. The second one, Chairperson, is about us being able to respond to the issues that are affecting built environment. As CBE, we are saying that for us to thrive as built environment, we require robust standards. And as one of those issues that we want to deal with, we want to do a comprehensive review of the environmental standards for the built environment. It will touch also on the issue of the floods that we are seeing, to say how as CBE, our built environment professionals, when they are building, they must ensure that we build for sustainability and resilient. So that is why we want to do these reviews. The second one, Chairperson, is about us having the issues of accessibility. We are working with a number of municipalities to look into the issues of our buildings. We are saying that our buildings, the public infrastructure should be accessible to members of the public, whether they are, especially the vulnerable groups. So we are reviewing that and ensuring that where these public buildings are not accessible, then they get retrofitted so that